Yo, what up, Tover? Oh man. God. My wife woke me up and I passed back out. I was so tired. Like I was so tired today. I went to go do some grocery shopping and I fell asleep in the car on the way to the grocery store. Like just sitting in the passenger seat, just chilling. You got present? Ooh. He never showed up. Jeez. I guess work got hectic for him or something. Ended up having to stay late. Oh, looking at TVs. Oh God, bro, TVs is. I don't know. TV, you can get lost looking at TVs like real quick. Like going down the YouTube rabbit hole at a certain point, you know. Just get fucking lost, bro. God, man, my fucking shoulder is killing me. I'm 99% sure I strained my rotator cuff, or I have like a very slight tear. It's like not excruciating pain, and I can easily move it. It's just an achy, annoying pain. And my strength is like 60% of what it normally is. Oh man. So Tover, I think I've come to the conclusion that I think if you the plants only can survive without being watered for like 20 hours. I don't know what it is about the growth cycle and like the water consumption, or maybe the seasons play some sort of contributing factor, but it feels like to full grown maturity, it seems it uses roughly 30% of its water. And that takes roughly 6 to 8 hours. Right? So in about 6 to 8 hours, I would say roughly 8 hours, it uses 30%. So you would think it could last for more than 24 hours, but I think once it gets past that maybe 12-hour mark, or maybe like it gets below 50% of its water, it uses more, it seems like. And then I think with the changing of the season, it might take a little bit, like a chunk of it. I don't know. But I do know whenever it rains, it resets the water. So the water of the plants gets fixed, gets like maxed back out when it rains. So there are some days where we get lucky and it rains, and other days where we don't. Oh. 4 tiny cogs a day. Yeah, I saw that update, man. That's crazy. You're getting an extra. Did you like my tier 10 freaking tiny cog, bro? I've gotten a tier 9 and a tier 10 so far. I got a tier 9 yellow cog. I don't know. I think that one's construction speed or something. Then I got that tier 10 flag rate cog. Yeah, I know. Sucks, but at least I'll be able to get the rest of my tiny cogs unlocked somewhat soonish. Need to check Eidolon in a little bit here too. So somebody commented on my Minecraft video last night, October. They're like, this was useful, but you could have made the video half as long with all the talking, over explaining and rambling of words and stuff. You know, you could have cut this video in half, and I had to skip over a lot of the useless information and stuff like that. I'm like, well, thanks for the feedback. Glad you found it helpful at least. Wee. Yeah, Edge. I randomly I was tinkering around with the corrupted cry thing last night, and I changed to my offset of weapons, and I was like, wait, I have the shield. I knew I had the basic shield, Edge, because I was testing to see if the cast on stun would kill me for the sacrificing the HP, but I didn't know I had the Foulborn version. No, because remember, I thought I got the basic version to test it. I didn't know I actually got the Foulborn version. I thought we just got the basic version to see if the cast on stun would kill me from the sacrificing of the HP. So I ended up putting the shield on, right? So now my overall fire res is, instead of 90, it's now 86, which I could fix. I bought an 88 Adorns, and I'm using the large voice that I farmed, and I put that in with the Adorns. So I had to refund some talent points on the tree, but it ended up giving me a net positive. I tested in POB first, but it gave me a net positive damage increase for doing it. So I went from roughly 900k DPS to, well, just with the tree change, I went from 900k to basically I got like a 100k DPS increase from the passive tree change. Basically putting the Adorns on the two jewels and then uh removing the other ones. And then we got rid of all our cast on stuns and we changed some support gems around. So now my Malevolence has a 2020 Eternal Blessing attached to it instead of the imbued level 1. I mean, I should probably buy a level 21 Malevolence that doesn't, so it's a 1 level higher. That'd probably be a better thing instead of having the imbued one. But I need to change that out. But I put a higher level Eternal Blessing because higher level Eternal Blessing gives aura effect. So it'll make Malevolence stronger. And then I also put Empower on it. So it has more levels. So it's more stronger. So like I said, I need to get a 21 Malevolence now. That'll give me a little bit more damage. And then I also um what else did I change? Changed one more thing. I I have open slots basically. But I put faster casting on my, or faster attacks on my shield charge. So now I can get around maps a little bit faster when I'm looking for harvest. And then I also put on a cast when damage taken for the Chaos Golem. So it does trigger quote unquote often and cast a spell for 10% of my life. Which in theory, if the circumstances were in a really bad situation, I could technically kill myself. But it doesn't cast it all the time because it's alive for a while. It does die pretty frequently, but and then it just resummons it. But that gives me a little extra damage and stuff. So basically, we ended up going from like 950k DPS to like 1.25 million. And then once we get 2 more voices, we can swap out some more of our passive tree stuff, and we can get some more jewels in there. So right now, so I was at like 4.6k unreserved life or 4.7. Now I'm at like 5.1, almost 5.2. So we finally hit like 10k life, almost 11k life. So we're getting there. One thing I'm thinking about is instead of getting well, not instead. Well, it is instead, but I worded it weirdly. But what I'm gonna do is I think I'm gonna try and pick up an expensive Watcher's Eye that gives me like more damage while affected by malevolence. Um, and then I'll see if they have any purity of, or not purity, but petrified blood ones. If there's no petrified blood ones, 'cause I know it has like other auras, but I don't know if petrified blood is one of them that comes on a Watcher's Eye. What I was thinking is since I have open slots, I could do a level 1 vitality. Um, because I still need to be above 50, 51% life reservation or whatever. Still need to have more reservation available so I can keep leeching. But if I get even a level 1 vitality and I get a vitality on the Watcher's Eye, I can get like life regenerate while affected by vitality. So that's kind of nice. But I think Cat's messing with something in the sink. Give me just a second, I'll be right back. Oh no, it's on the counter. Never mind. He's eating his cat food. So yeah, anyway, we got our damage up a little bit. So what I'm also thinking too, Edge, is I think I'm gonna drop the Hateful Accuser. Um because the Hateful Accuser gives me that mark, right? The penance mark that allows me to summon the phantasms. So when I'm on a single target boss and there's no as to spawn, I can spawn ads to get explosions to kill things, which is fine and dandy. Uh, but I'm on the fence if I want to keep it or not. Because here's what I'm thinking: I can either option A, keep that on there so whenever I am fighting a single target mob, or I don't get a pop and there's just one mob left and he just doesn't want to die, I could pop the penance mark, spawn more mobs, and then kill him with the explosions. Or I can swap that ring out for a really big HP ring to juice my damage even further. And then I can put on punishment curse, or so self curse. So it's kind of like the self mark, right? But instead of spawning mobs, it's just going to make them take increased damage when they're below 60% life. So it's going to just straight up increase the amount of RF damage I do consistently rather than relying on explosions to kill. Now, don't get me wrong, the explosions are a lot of damage, like a ridiculous amount of damage. So technically it would be more DPS to rely on the explosions from Penance Mark. But like I said, it's one of those one-offs where it ends up being I only use it in a situation when there's no mobs. So if I wanted to do nightmares, like nightmare maps, it would be better because there's no mobs inside the nightmare maps to uh proc the explosions, right? But if I am on like a sim or if we're doing harvest farms or whatever, then I don't really need the explosions or the extra mobs because there's a lot of mobs to work with. Now, don't get me wrong, when I'm doing the harvest, every once in a while I'll end up with like a single boss or single mob that doesn't have anything to cause explosions. I mean, that's when the extra ring would come in handy. Um, okay, we don't have any. My brain's kind of in a fog right now. I woke up recently and my brain's not quite in gear yet. But that's where the bloodline could come in handy, Edge. That's where we can mess with the bloodline instead of using the mage blood. We could tinker with the bloodline for the extra ring with the shrine belt. We could tinker with that some more again. So that way I could run the Hateful Accuser and the stun ring while getting a big HP damage ring. So we can get that extra oomph out of it, right? And yes, we lose all the thingamajiggies, the flasks, which we'd have to make up for on our gear somewhere. Which that's what kind of makes it difficult to drop the mage blood, honestly. Oh, so I don't know. I'm kind of torn. Kind of torn if I just keep the Hateful Accuser just because the random situations where it does come in handy where I could use it and it kind of is necessary. Because I don't want to have to swap rings in the middle of a fight. Like, oh, there's just a single mob left. Let's change to this ring so we can kill this one mob. Like, I don't think that just sounds very tedious. And it would just be like, oh, I just need to kill this one mob faster, and then swap back to my regular ring. Like I said, just sounds tedious. I forgot to take a picture of the thingy back there, the pet one or the farm animal one. Because I'm pretty sure I needed more milk. But I don't know if it was just milk I was missing or if there was anything else I was missing. Let's see. Hmm. But oh, there's another one in there too. What I was gonna say was the corrupted cry seems kind of interesting, Edge. I was trying to come up with a method to automate the process. I found a way to automate it, but I'm struggling to get it to be an expedient process. So what I found was obviously in order to really test it, I'd have to make a character, right? But what I found was I mean, maybe I could do it on a chieftain just to testing purposes, like my second chieftain. But basically, the gist of it was I found that if you uh use the feral boots that are like use intimidating shout when you lose aspect or cat stealth or something like that, and then you reduce the cat stealth duration, right? You can basically automate the process of casting a shout. The dilemma is intimidating shout has a 8-second cooldown, unless you get cooldown recovery and stuff like that on the shout itself. And then use the weapon that you were using to get Warcry cooldown down even further. But I ended up having to use the Time Clasp Moonstone Ring that has reduced skill effect duration, and the amulet that has reduced skill effect duration. So basically, I got 219 rings. I got a 20% amulet for relatively cheap for all three, instead of getting all three 20%, because the 20% rings were really expensive. But basically, I ended up with 219s and a 20. And then I had the weapon and the boots. And then I got the helmet just so I had aspect of the cat. And I put reduced duration or less duration in the helmet so the cat the aspect of the cat would have less duration. And I got the rotation of the aspects down to 1 second a pop, or a little less than 1 second a pop. And I was basically casting intimidating shout every 1.5 seconds, roughly. 1.5 seconds is every 2 seconds. And it wasn't terrible. Like I would ran through the Act 10 desecrated chambers pretty easily. But it being like a 2 second wait between casts, I'd run past so many mobs before it finally triggered. And then if I'm on a single target, it takes so long to just sit there and cast the shout to stack up the bleeds. I'm just standing there doing nothing. Right? So I would need to find a way to get the duration down even further. And this is kind of like a play on the Avians build that I was telling you about before, because the Avians build kind of does the same thing, where you get the flight duration and the might duration down as low as you can, so they instantly swap in like point something seconds. So every time they swap, they cast a tornado. It's kind of the same play on that, where we're trying to get the cat stealth and the cat agility down so low that they basically instantly like change, and every time they change, they cast the shout. But you'd also have to bring the cooldown of the shout down a ridiculous amount on top of that. Kind of like how yours is at like 0.47 seconds. I'd have to get it down to that, and I'd have to get the cat stealth, cat agility down to roughly the same thing. So every time they swapped, the timing was just right on that, where it was like 0.5 seconds for the stealth and the agility to fall off, but 0.47 seconds for the cooldown of the shout, which would basically make me shout twice a second. And I think with the 2 times a second shout, it would it'd probably feel okay, because it'd be like bow 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 bow, you know what I mean? And I would be able to hit like all the mobs as we went through, and if I ran into like a yellow or something, I could basically do damage while kiting it. Or it would just stack up bleeds really quick. I think that would be a decent setup, but I'd have to find a way to get it down lower, because the problem is the reason Avian's flight might can actually get to that like really fast repetitive swapping is because it has items that reduce, or that can reduce, the duration. Okay, I need to go. We're running into problems here. I keep so some tools really quick. But yeah, the cat stealth one doesn't have a reduced cat duration. It only has an increased cat duration. So I don't have an item to reduce the duration, because their base duration is, I think, 6 seconds and 4 seconds. And for flight and might, it's 4 seconds and 4 seconds, but then you can get those down to 2 seconds if you get a really good item. And like two items, I think it's like gloves and something else. And then you then stack all the reduced effect duration stuff that I told you about, and then you get it down really low. This one being a 6 and a 4, it's a little harder, because even if you stack a bunch of reductions, you still are um drawing a blank. You're still like you're fighting against the base being so high that it's a little hard. Sorry, like I said, my brain's not really with it today. Take two of these. What else do we need? A couple of. We have pickaxes. Technically, yeah, we have the 3 pickaxes. We need to make a sickle while we're here. I think our hatchet's fine. We should be good tools wise going forward. I'm gonna need to make spears soon, but all right. While we're here, we need to dump off the these. Uh, about the meat while we're at it. But this in the back. All right. I'll get back to what we're doing. But anyway, I don't know what your thoughts are on it, Edge. I think it could be a cool build. Like overall, I think it could be pretty cool. Alright, so maybe we go to town 1. We hit foxes first. I need foxes, I need peacocks. We'll just start down here. I don't care. Let's start down here. Get these boxes out of the way while we head our way back to town. Because what I was thinking is I was gonna make a champion, kind of like you made, Edge, and then I was gonna branch up and get skill effect duration reductions. I was gonna grab some of the Warcry speeds and stuff like that to get the Warcry speed down, and then according to Path of Building, the what's it called? Sorry, I'm looking at my other screen really quick. The aura nodes supposedly increase the blood. The corrupted cry. Supposedly it increases the corrupted cry. Damage and stuff. So in theory I could pick up stuff like that. And with the way the cat one works is every time you exit cat stealth or whatever, you gain if you use the replica chest piece, which is what I'm thinking about using, you gain guaranteed increased our max frenzy and endurance charges. So if I maxed out my endurance charges and frenzy charges pretty solidly, and then I got the bottom nodes that give you increased damage per frenzy and endurance charge, I would have max frenzy and endurance charges permanently, and it would give me like huge amount of damage. So let's say I had 5 frenzy and 5 endurance charges. That's like 80% increased damage from just those 2 nodes, which is pretty solid. At least I think it is. And then we could put in like just a bunch of clusters to increase the damage even further, because the problem with the damage is either you scale just flat fizz damage, or like damage over time passives and stuff, because you can't like nothing else really juices it. Like I said, supposedly increased effect of auras makes it stronger too, which is kind of interesting. But what I'm trying to do is I want to try and obviously mix and match some builds. I want to try and make it tanky, so it can like basically AFK and stand there, kind of like my Righteous Fire does when it comes to like farming like certain things like bosses and like maybe some harvest and stuff, or even something like ultimatums or stuff, if the AoE is large enough on the shout, then it would take up the whole ultimatum room or like the ritual room, kind of like the idea. But I need it tanky enough to when it gets hit, it doesn't just die. So I'm thinking like a decent amount of HP pool, and then there was a node on the tree that for every time you war cry, you gain 15% of your life. Which I'm thinking, if I can get this war cry to trigger twice a second, right? Then that's 30% of my life per second that I'm regenerating just from shouting. Which might not be as much healing as, say, like Blood Notch and Defiance of Destiny, but it might be more than enough if I have like 6k total HP, or if I get my HP up to like close to 10k or something like that. This is for the cat build doing Corrupted Cry. Avian's build is slightly different. It's another idea, but I would still like a way to um or to generate HP on the Avians build. And I was thinking like Avians could kind of be a similar idea. Um do like an auto exertion with Avians, right? Edge. So do auto exertion with um the general's cry like you're doing, and have the generals just spawning, casting an ability, and kind of just slapping hands and stuff, right? While I'm running, and Avian's flight is just spawning tornadoes constantly, killing mobs. So it's like a fully automated build. And then with it casting the shouts so often, have that mastery node that heals you for 15% of your life every time you shout. Honestly, Edge, on yours, pick that up. With how often you're shouting, pick up that mastery, that shout mastery, and I think it fixes your healing problem. It at least at bare minimum counters the helmet if you're using the helmet. Then how do you go negative? Because if you the helmet consumes 15% per shout, and then you have gain 15% per shout, how do you go negative? It doesn't make any sense, does it? Oh, I know why. I know why. Because the helmet is 15%, but you also have the cost of the shout. So it's more than 15%. So it's more like, depending on your HP pool, it's more than 16%. So slowly but surely you lose more without having some sort of leech. And I don't know if the general's damage is leached to you, right? Because I think the only reason that the leech works from the chains build is because you're a necro. Because doesn't the necro pick up the ascendancy point that percentage of your minions damage is leached to you? So I'm wondering if doing that as a necro would be stronger or better just for the leech. Yeah, but your cyclone isn't doing a lot of damage. Like if you're only doing like 10-15k damage with cyclone, your leech isn't very good, right? Because you're only leeching like 1% of your 10k damage, right? It's not a lot. But when your guys are hitting, like when your generals are hitting as hard and as often as they are, you're gonna be leeching way, way, way more. So unless you increase the damage of your cyclone significantly, or the percentage of your leech significantly, uh the amount that you're gonna leech isn't gonna be very high, right? Like even with instant leech, it's just not gonna be very high. Because think about it, if you hit for 10k and you're leeching 1%, right? That's only 100 damage you're leeching, right? And even at 5% instant leech, that's still only 5 HP. You're like instant leeching 5 HP. That's not nearly enough. Yeah, you got to twix. I mean, if you don't use the helmet and you have that mastery, then you heal quite a lot, right? Like we've proven that. Because once you take the helmet off, you seem pretty tanky. Well, HP sustain wise, right? My question is, do the generals actually impale? Because you took Master of Metal, right? Which gives increased impales, right? So they do impale? Okay. Do they have 100% chance to impale? Because I don't remember seeing the impale support attached to them. Obviously, like I said, I only glanced at your build and I didn't memorize it, so. Yeah, because I'm thinking like Avian's flight build could be really cool with the generals. I just don't know what skill I would use for him, right? Like I know the butcher one is really cool, and that's what a lot of people are using, but I'm curious like what skill possibly could work better with the Avian's flight version. 'Cause I feel like the General's Cry setup, the auto exertion General's Cry, is generic enough to squeeze into like any automating build or any build that, you know, won't get interrupted by the General's Cry triggering. I don't know. Seems interesting. You know what would be cool, Edge? Is I know you can't do it, but having reverse knockback instead of like the where they're getting pushed away from you, having a skill on your generals that doesn't like AoE knockback like a shock nova or something, and having reverse knockback so everything gets pulled towards you. So you can just kind of like keep shotgunning things. Oh, you're mid lane. Oh, I didn't know you were playing. I didn't see you in Discord, so I didn't know you were playing. My bad. Yeah, just let me know if you're free in a little while. Get them last hits, boy. But anyway, Topher, I know you're tired. What you been up to? How's your day been going? All right, so our boars are done. Um, we don't need deer hide today. Need the horns. We don't need the tendons today. Um, Boxes are done. Boars are done. These need to get out the way. All right, so we got the fox hide, we got the boar head, and we need, I think, ostrich and rabbit. Yeah, we need rabbit, and I'm pretty sure we need ostrich. I'm pretty sure we need both of those. We need a bunch of deer horns. I think we need rattlesnake, which is at the other town. Yeah, we need this. And then we need the peacock feathers anyway, and then we'll get these at the same time. Okay, so this is a twofer. Those are a twofer. And then, okay, so we just need to get rabbit while we're here. And some deer. Let's go back, get some rabbit. Since the fox and the pigs are done. Oh man. So yeah, Topher. Like I said, I don't know if you fell asleep. or if you're just busy. But I don't know if you want to talk. Like I know you're not really super into the game, but you have been playing a little bit. But Path of Exiles, I have like a lot of like ideas that I've been like playing around with that I'm curious if any of them sound interesting to you to try. They're just some like build variations that I've been always wanting to try or that have like popped into my brain recently that I've like been curious on. I just don't have enough time in the day to try all of them, honestly. Yeah, I'm curious on how much like a 300 HP ring would cost. So yeah, we just need a little bit more okay, so the rabbits will be done here. Okay. So we need peacock, rattler, and deer. Where where can we go to... Alright, so there's no deer here. The deer are like way up here at the other town. Alright, so we'll just teleport back up to the town. Do the rattler, go do the deer, go do the peacock. Cause wait, was it peacock for both? Oh, that was ostrich, not peacock. Yeah, so okay, I need ostrich as well. I mean, actually, I probably have the ostrich. We can check for it really quick, so I don't have to go and look for it. We do have ostrich, and we do have peacock, but we can ignore both of those. Don't have to go and get those today, 'cause those are just... I don't mind doing the rattler and the deer. Go do the deer first. Oh, get balls of fire, man. Need to eat in a little bit. Just, I think I'm just gonna throw nuggies in the air fryer. Yeah, I'm gonna do that really quick. Oh, all right. Nuggies will be done in like 5 minutes. Yo, what up, UFO? Yo, thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. Yeah, I remember here the other day, and I was like, oh, another person. You know, hopefully they come back. I appreciate you coming back. How you been? How is the gaming experience coming along? You hooked on this game? Let's go. That's what I'm talking about. Are you playing on NA? You might have. I think I saw it went up. Yeah, I'm at 7 people with 5 people. Ooh, I can claim another 1,000 things. Yeah. So I'm assuming you played more than 5 hours, then I got another 1,000 from you. Well, not you specifically, but you were the 5th person to hit 5 hours. So I appreciate that. That's huge. Yeah, so what have you been doing on it? Like what are you hooked on? Are you hooked on just like the combat grind, getting to level 100? Have you been doing professions? 51 now? Let's go. Not dabbling in life skilling? Okay. Yeah, it's so people have posted about it and they've been complaining, but if you focus on one life skill, it's not terrible, right? You can literally focus on one life skill, you can level it up, you can do, you know, it's not too difficult. It's not too time consuming to just focus on one life skill. But if you're trying to do like a little bit of everything, you're trying to dabble in like, you know, let's say you're trying to dabble in husbandry and farming and beekeeping, plus you're trying to like level up like some of these other things at the same time, you don't have enough time in the day. It is a lot. Because like when you build your house, right, you can plant uh harvestables on there, right? So you can plant all of your farming stuff. All these seeds can be planted on your house plot that you can farm, right? Or you can buy the farming plots at the towns and you can place them in the farming plots at the towns, right? You can do either or. Was a Care Bear in Arcade? I don't even know what that means. I'm old, but never really got into Arcade. Um, but the problem is, like, let's say you plant like 1,000 plants. The amount of time it takes you to actually harvest 1,000 plants is kind of long, right? Because each plant takes roughly, I say 2 seconds. Unless you have increased harvesting speed, it takes roughly 2 seconds. So if we were just to guesstimate based off of a 2 second harvesting time, 1,000 plants, that's 2,000 seconds, right? Which is roughly, math is hard, 2,000 divided by 60 seconds, roughly 30 minutes, a little bit more than 30 minutes, just to harvest all of them. Then you have to replant them all, which takes probably twice as long. Then you also have to refarm the seeds. So you have to go out and you have to harvest plants like hemp and basil and, you know, anything else in this harvesting tab. Technically, these ones as well in the desert. You have to harvest these to get the seeds, which is a day in itself of farming. So it might take you 6 to 8 hours to farm up another 1,000 seeds. Just depends on how lucky you get with drops. If you have 2 times harvesting buff, you know, if you're looking for specific seeds and you're not getting them. So are you gonna do the opposite here? Since you mostly did life skilling in Arcade, and then this one you're gonna mostly focus on PvP. This one's got huge PvP, like massive PvP stuff. If you're gonna focus on PvP, I would join a PvP guild. There's a lot of good ones out right now, especially a lot of them. I wouldn't say a lot of them, but I would say majority of them are looking for dedicated players because they lost a lot of players recently. Now dabbling. Oh, sorry. I read it as not. Yeah, you said not. So if you want any advice when it comes to the professions sides from what I've started doing, I do have a little bit of information I can give you. Not a whole lot because like I said, mine's a little bit of slow progress since I am doing all Ironman. I would definitely say if you're not playing Ironman, to save yourself some time, I would buy a lot of your materials to save yourself a lot of grind time. Like I said, what basically it boils down to is like if you are trying to do more than one life skill, you have to play 8 to 10 hours a day. And even that isn't enough for some life skills. Because uh farming, for example, you plant some plants down. Um of all the plants, I'll show you really quick. Of all the seeds, wrong one. Of all these seeds, 3 of them take 8 hours. Well, if you plant them here. So plants have their preferred zones, right? So there's like the foresty zone, right, which goes all the way up, around, and all the way down to here, and then you have the desert zone. Technically, you have the mountainy zone, which isn't open yet, and you have the frozen zone, which isn't open yet either. But right now, we just have the 2 zones, and 3 of the plants, I'm pretty sure, prefer the desert. But if you plant them up here, they just take longer to grow. I could be wrong on that. I haven't planted anything in the desert to test it, but let's just say by default, um, 3 of the seeds. I don't know exactly how many there are. I'll check that in just a second, actually. I think there's like 11 seeds. Um yeah, of the 11 seeds, 3 of them take 8 hours and the other 8 take 6 hours. Honestly, if you just go to the guilds, wherever the hell it is, because I don't do this. There's a guild button somewhere. Guild button. Clan? I think it's clan. You can just like if you want to do PvE, which is what you're doing, you can just click on PvE, and these are like they tell you what the PvE points of the clans are, right? Carp Rectum or whatever is a really high tier PvP slash PvE guild. But if you don't want a PvP, then you probably want to opt for somebody with less PvP but with high PvE stats. Because this just means that they do PvP a bit, but not like because if you look at it this way, like these are the people that really PvP, right? Anybody in like the millions, like the high millions, are like heavy PvPers. But if you look at the PvE side, um, they're still high. Like these people still have almost 300 mil PvE, but these people like really do a lot of PvE stuff. I do have some viewers that do that are in carp, and I have seen them in a lot of PvP wars and stuff. I haven't seen anything about like Deadwood or any of these other ones right here, because as you can tell, like this guy Fallen, I think I've seen in some wars. Obviously, Banana Gang I've seen in some wars as well. But like Fallout here, like they don't really PvP, right? Iron Halo, they don't really PvP. Things like that. And Deadwood, I don't think PvP really all that much. They might do some open world stuff while they're grinding, but I don't think they do a whole lot. Your other option is make your own clan. The thing with the guilds is they have passives and active abilities that as you level up the clan, you can unlock them. And they give more stats and stuff and bonuses and benefits. And then you can also have a guild house that you can place down that is similar to your personal house, which gives you even more land to build on. So, like I said, if you really wanted to go heavy life skilling and you wanted to like kind of do your own thing, you can make your own guild. And there's guild missions that you can do. I don't know what the missions are, but the guild missions pay out gold. So you can technically do the guild missions. 'Cause I think there's like farming missions and like life skilling missions and like combat missions and stuff. So you can do those missions to farm currency to pay back, you know, the amount of money you spent on making the guild, and plus like if you're trying to avoid going and just grinding mobs for EXP and coin, you could just do the guild missions instead to make some money. So you can pay for, you know, materials and stuff like that. But back to what I was saying originally, and I'll get back to I'll swap back to the guild thing in a second here. But like, let's say you wanted to focus on farming. If you don't want to farm up these seeds, by harvesting, because it takes a lot of time, you can just buy a lot of seeds off the marketplace for silver. I don't know how much they cost, but you can just go to the marketplace. You can buy a bunch of seeds off of other people, and that way you don't have to spend the time farming the seeds up. You can just spend the time planting tons of plants and harvesting them like every 8 hours, and then, you know, during that time that they're growing, let's say it takes you an hour to plant all the materials. That leaves you with like, you know, 7-8 hours of grind time, right? So now you can go do another profession for 7 to 8 hours, and then you can just go back, check your plants, replant them, and then now you have like another 8 hour window to do something else. I mean, finding seeds is actually not that hard. It just takes time, because some of the best places I have found to farm seeds is just open areas without trees, right? So like a place like this where it's just an open field is pretty nice, or like, you know, over here can be nice. Like there's a lot of places. Another place that I found is, I used to do this because I used to live over here. I teleport to here and I would run all the way down to my house, and there's so much open land and just field area. There's just herbs everywhere. So running into things like hemp everywhere, like hemp right here, right? Running into basil everywhere. So here's food for thought. So it's a little easier for you to understand, like easier ways to find herbs. Um, in the tree area, the tundra or whatever you want to call this place, certain herbs typically spawn near certain ores. So, for example, herbs like hemp, I believe, typically spawns near iron. Basil typically spawns near obsidian. Um, Wheat root spawns near silver. Um, I don't know what spawns near copper/coal, but like if you're like looking at the herbs, right? Hemp, sweet root, and basil all spawn near something. I think lily spawns near stuff as well. I don't remember which one. They might spawn near copper. Uh, but as you're running around, if you see ore, you just run over to the ore node and you're gonna find herbs 9 times out of 10. And if you're only farming the herbs for or like the plants or seeds, it doesn't matter which ones you run across, you harvest all of them. And then you're gonna end up with a bunch of like harvestable stuff. You know, a bunch of hemp leaves, a bunch of seeds, a bunch of this stuff. And then the hemp fiber is really good to farm because then it can be used in tailoring. And you're gonna need millions of it. So farming hemp, definitely worth. And this is where I said like life skilling is a job. It is an 8 to 10 hour a day kind of just grind. Depending on how serious you take it, depending on if you're just trying to speed run it to 100, if you're hard focusing one skill over another, like with me, I'm doing a little bit of everything, right? I do my token grind, which gives me mostly this top, the gathering and the property one, right? I don't really focus too much on my processing, and I don't really focus anything on my crafting, and I haven't even started on the bottom stuff yet. But there's a lot to it. So if you want to get into farming, like I said, you spend a lot of time farming uh seeds, right? And then you spend, you know, maybe an hour or two harvesting your plants and replanting them. And then if you want to do husbandry, it's even worse. I'm pretty sure you can buy like captured animals from the auction house. I'd have to check, but I'm pretty sure. But in order to do husbandry, you have to buy lassos. You have to find the animals in the world, which they spawn in specific places, and they share spawns with certain things. I could talk about that later. But you have to then get close enough to them by crouching and crouching up to them. Get close enough, throw the lasso, complete the mini game without failing it to capture the pet. Once you capture it, then you get to place it in your place, and they typically it takes 2 days before you can kill them. It takes roughly 2 days for them to mature, so you can slaughter them for their meats, and then that means you have 2 days to regather uh the animals, so you have enough to place back down and slaughter for the next the next couple days. All right, so I think we're done here. All right, now we need to work on. We don't really need a whole lot of hemp, but we'll grab a little bit of hemp, grab a little bit of iron. So I decided to put my altar because okay, so there's a two-pronged approach that I went with. Is I wanted my house set up in a way that was in a flat area, so if I wanted to put my farming on my plot, it was flat enough to do farming at my house, right? So because you need ground, like flat ground to kind of do farming, because if it's hilly and stuff like that, you can't really place anything, right? It's difficult. So I went with a flat area for that reason. Even though I'm not currently using it for that, I'm using it for husbandry and not farming. I want to be able to do it if I decide to, right? So that was one of the criteria I needed. My second criteria that I had that I wanted to make sure I was taking advantage of was I wanted to also be near a fast travel, right? And the reason for that is because yes, you do get quick teleports to your altar, right? So here's my altar. You can hold up to 3 teleports at a time, and the teleports take like 8 hours to generate a new one. So roughly in one day you could teleport to your house 4 times, but depending on how much weight you have, you can only teleport a certain distance. Right now I'm 16,000 away, and I need to be within 8,000 with my current weight. So that was my two-pronged approach. I wanted a place that was close to a fast travel, so it could either be a town, like a small town, a large town, or one of the quick teleport spots, right? Doesn't matter which one it was, but I wanted something near a town that had a flat spot. And there's a handful that I've discovered, right? So there's like, if you want to be in a PvP zone, this one's not too bad, right? But I wouldn't recommend that if you're playing solo. There's this one over here, right? But once again, it's not a lot of flat ground, but there's some, right? And then you have like over here isn't too far. Like that's a little distance, right? Like I was trying to find something that was relatively close. And it doesn't have to be in the desert. It can be anywhere. Because as long as you get XP for your altar with up to like 10,000 meters around it. So it's pretty large. But you had this one, which was next to a PvP. You had this one, which was not too terrible. This one's right next to a town. This one's right next to like 3 town, you know what I mean, by a town. This one's relatively close to 2 with fast travel here. This one's pretty close to this town, right? Like, there's a lot of them that are really close to places, right? Like, this one's pretty close. This one's pretty close. So it's just finding a place that suits you. Like, even up here, running this distance isn't too terrible. But this place is so far from any teleport. Like, the closest teleport is this, this, or this. Like, it's so far away. Like, these ones are really bad. Right, this one's not too terrible either. Right, this one's not too terrible because there's like 2 ways to get there. So it's just like finding a place that suits the criteria you're looking for. It's kind of like, it just took me a while, but this, I just decided on this one because it's really, it's like within like 300 meters of teleporting in, and it just worked, right? Because you can go to this side too or whatever. But here's the cool thing, UFO. This is why I was saying before. I was gonna circle back to it. Is the guild thing? If you make your own guild, you can place your guild and your house right next to each other. So if I make my own guild, I can put my guild right here, right? So I have my house and my guild right by side. Now I have two plots of land that I can work on, that I can put husbandry stuff, and I can put farming stuff on both these plots right next to each other at the same time. And I don't have to share the land with any other guildies. I don't have to share with any other players. And I just have both of them side by side, and I have lots of farmland to work with. And the husbandry can be placed inside the house. So if you build the house with like floors, you can have like floor one with a bunch of storage chests. You can have floor two with like a bunch of like craftable stations and stuff. You can have floor three with like a bunch of chickens. Floor four, you can put like cows and goats. Like, you know what I mean? You can have a bunch of floors in your house. I don't know how tall you can make it, but you can make a bunch of floors, and you can put a bunch of pets inside the house. So you don't have to have them on the ground. So you can leave the ground available for farming, but houses and guild places can only have so many in total um things placed on the plot at a given time. So each harvestable, aka, chicken, cow, goat, pig, wheat, pumpkin, whatever you place down, all of those require you to or require a build space. And if you only have like 10,000 build spaces, you can easily hit that limit between building your building, putting in your storage, putting in your craftable stations, putting in pigs and, wheat and all those other craftables. Like, you can easily hit that limit. So you got to be a little careful. And that's why having both plots is kind of nice, because then you can split it up a little bit. You can have a lot of craftables, stations, and storage chests in, like, let's say your guild place, but then use your house plot for all husbandry or something, right? You have the ability to like separate them. Okay, so we need lilies today. We need a ton of this. So we need this, this, and this, and then we need this, this, and then hemp. We have the hemp. So we need lily and sweet root today, or whichever. All right, sounds good. Sounds good. I'll see you when you get back. If you have questions, feel free to ask. If you just want to pick my brain or just have me ramble, ask me a question and I'll rant. But I appreciate you. I'll see you when you get back. Oh, my nuggies. I'll be right back. Let me go get my nuggies. I forgot. I'm hungry. All right, we're back. Got our nuggies. All right, so we needed sweet root. We didn't need this. We didn't need this. Don't need this. Don't need this. Don't need this. We need this. We're almost done with sweet root. Okay. Um, a little bit more sweet root. We need some lily. I feel like lily is actually pretty noticeable at distance, but sweet root is a hard one. I mean, I don't think I'm in a lily spot. Why we haven't seen any. I want to get the sweet root done. Alright, sweet root is officially done. We'll just grab this one over here. Alright, now we gotta find lilies. Go this way. Alright. Keep getting sidetracked by animals. Alright, like I said, lilies are relatively easy to spot. They stand out, bright ass color. We don't need this today. Yeah, we don't need that. But we do need the bulb, and we do need the essence. Um, and then we needed a little iron, which I think we have. Okay. We needed coal, we haven't seen yet. Silver. So if we come across silver or coal, need to remember to grab that. No, I passed silver earlier. So another one of those videos on my wife's feed. Cook once, eat for 2 months. Like what the shit, bro? That's so much cooking for a single like one day of cooking. To get that much food is like kind of crazy. Alright, so we need to find some coal. Alright, found our coal. That's everything we need for non-desert. Just need to go find the rest of the lily and get this done. I don't need that today for once. Yeah. So, lily time. Oh, sounds good, mate. Are you at liberty to elaborate on the video you were helping with? That's fine. I'm assuming it was Eidolon related. Like I said, it can be very generic. I was just kind of curious. Was it like, were you helping out with some Eidolon stuff? I'm assuming. And if you can share it later, you can share it later. It's not a big deal. That's pretty cool. I wouldn't say collabing per se, but like being asked to help, you know, with a video is pretty cool. When did it come out? Does that answer your question? If my question is when does it come out, that probably answers your question. Let's just say I turned my computer off today for the first time in like a month. And I turned it on right before stream and I haven't opened up anything but this game. Oh. Oh yeah, today is Friday. I forgot. Yeah, you pushed the update to Friday, right? Yep. I haven't tried it yet. I haven't even launched the game. Alright, so we need 2 sets of sulfur and a whole ton of stuff. I don't know if we need sweet root. Let's take a quick gander. Don't think. Okay. Yeah, we do need sweet. We need spark. 1 dew. Seems like. Um, we need a bunch of dream. So that's dream, dew, spark, and not a bunch of dream. We need a little bit of dream. We need a ton of roses. All right, so a ton of roses, a couple of these, 1 dew, a bunch of spark. All right, get roll. We're gonna be in the desert for a hot minute. Yeah, I think my cave's gonna suck because I'm gonna have to reset the opals so I can get the 2 new caves unlocked. Then I'm gonna have to start working on the 2 new caves. That ain't preemptively unlocked caves. I should have been working towards it. Because we knew we were getting 2 new caves. Like pre in advance. I should have been working towards it to start with. I just was being lazy. As always. So, we don't need these. We do need that. So, I know we got the the fight thing, the arena today was like the championships. And we got 2 new caves. What else did we get today? All right, before we go any further on harvesting, we need to actually We need to upgrade our altar first. I need like 200 iron, need like 150 of the green wood. Because if I'm going to be in the desert, gathering a bunch of herbs, I need to be leveling my... I need to be leveling my altar. No, hit G instead of F. Got this two over here. I only need one dude, so. Yeah, what cucked me on that one is like there was a plant right where the guy was standing. I had to try and go around it, but then I was trying to be speedy about it and dodge past it, and then I hit G like an idiot. Alright. So, we need to cut down a bunch of trees. Because we need 150 of these. And we're going to need some stone, iron. We can upgrade our property to level 3. I think my game just crashed. Oh, there it goes. How crazy. Hit the rock over here. Oh, we should hit the iron too. We're gonna need a lot of iron. Let's work our way towards the iron. Oh. It should put us at level 3, I think. And then we got one more level to farm up. Yo, what up, Chiz? Yo, I saw you rejoin the Discord. Welcome back. I know it's a little weird. It kind of seems stalkerish, but I just happened to notice the welcome channel last night. How you been? Appreciate you coming on in, hanging out with us. Hope you've been well. What you been up to, if you don't mind me asking? Playing games? What you been playing, if you don't mind me asking? Have you tried this game out yet? It's $1, and you can use my creator code. You can help a brother out. HOI4. I don't know. I don't know what that one is. FC26. Don't know. Escape from Tarkov, obviously. No, RuneScape. Are you playing old school RuneScape? Because old school did the new league that just came out too, right? Heart of Iron. Interesting. Oh, you're doing RS3. Okay, okay. Man after my own heart. Let's go. Huge. I like it. I mean, I dabble in old school a little bit, Chiz, just because it is a nostalgic thing, but I do it purely AFK. So there's a quest chain. If you get a few quests done, you can go to the new town. It has a gemstone crab, which is 10 minutes of AFK. and then you click, once that 10 minutes is over, you click on the tunnel, it brings you to the next place, and it's another 10 minutes AFK, and it's a never-ending 10-minute AFK rotation. So you can literally AFK and combat all 3 combat styles indefinitely with like literally just, and you can set your logout timer for 30 minutes, so you can literally just open it up, have it on the other screen, and every like 10-15 minutes, 20 minutes, whatever you want to do, you just click on the tunnel to move to the next crab spot, and you just attack the crab. Yeah, and that's the thing about old school, is it is very, I would say it burns you out harder than RS3 because it's more tedious. Like there's a lot more like tediousness going around where you can't teleport as many places, you can't expand your inventory even further to hold more resources. You have to go back and forth to town and to bank way more often. Like it is a lot more tedious, I will agree. But I will say, they do have a lot of cool content that is not in RS3, which is kind of what makes it kind of nice. That's the one thing that I do like about it, is they have new zones, they have new towns. They do have the new sailing skill, which is kind of cool. I haven't gotten into it yet. But they have a lot of like in-game bosses and raids that don't exist in RS3, which I think is pretty cool as well. So all I've been doing is like AFKing every like a couple times a week. I'll go and AFK at the crab for like an hour or something, and I'm leveling up my combat right now so I can, in theory, go and try out some of these bosses and see if they're kind of cool or not. I'm not trying to take it seriously by getting a max character anytime soon or playing it very hardcore, but yeah, I haven't played a lot of RS3 recently. I mean, I do have my yearly subscription, and I do tinker with it on and off here and there. But I get into these like, I wouldn't say ruts, but I get into these like routines where RuneScape's so far in the back of my mind that I don't touch it for months. And then I like kind of, I wouldn't say burn it down more or less, but like whatever's like in the forefront of my brain, it kind of like simmers a little bit more, and it leaves room for me to play RuneScape a little bit here and there. I'm not saying I'm there yet, but I'm starting to get to that point. Yeah, I remember they were talking about removing pay to wins, FYI, like the spins and stuff. And I thought that was kind of just whatever. And I did see, I quit right before they came out. I didn't quit, but I haven't played since they were talking about redoing the combat. I was like, oh, they're redoing the combat? That sounds sick, right? I haven't looked at that, but I did see some of uh the preliminary stuff from the betas that people were talking about, where they were trying to put it more on par with like Necro style, how Necro's combat style like was working. They were trying to put it more in line with like that style. And I was like, ooh, that's gonna be good. I honestly didn't agree with the removal of the MTX shop and stuff. I thought that was just kind of just a knee-jerk reaction that was unnecessary, in my personal opinion. Don't get me wrong, like pay to win is a dog shit system, and you shouldn't really have that in your game. To the best of your ability, right? I have no qualms with them like removing the certain things from it. I think the spins were nice for players that logged in every day, right? So you get rewarded for logging in every day. Now, don't get me wrong, your game should be good enough that people want to log in regardless. But for people that want to play once a month but be on par with people that play every day, that's unrealistic, right? In my opinion, that's an unrealistic expectation to say, oh, he logged in every day, so he got more spins than I did, and therefore he is stronger than me. Or he swiped his credit card to buy a bunch of spins, so he is now therefore stronger than me, is kind of a ridiculous notion, right? I will agree there were things in that needed to be, I would say, not removed, but probably shouldn't have been there to begin with, right? So, I think proteins were acceptable because it didn't completely bypass the skill, right? Um, it still required you to actually use those proteins on like a portable or something like that. But I could understand removing proteins, right? Because now you don't have to go to the different trees to cut the different trees. You don't have to go to the different, essence places, so on and so forth. So removing the proteins, I could accept, right? I still think it was acceptable, but I could accept removal of those. I could accept the removal of lamps or at least lamps specifically. Stars, I think, are acceptable because it's just bonus XP. It doesn't require you. It still requires you to do the skill. But removing lamps, I could accept, or any form of lamp, or any form of guaranteed giving you XP versus giving you bonus XP. But I do not agree with removing of the portables. The portables were such a nice social aspect of the game that removal of that kind of just feels bad, because we had full servers of people using portables, especially on double XP weekends, where you had 2,000 people in the same place just having conversations while they're AFK. So now you completely and utterly gutted and removed an entire portion of the game for social activity because you want to remove pay to win. Now here's the thing. I do agree that the portables did simplify some of the EXP rates and stuff, but you still had to do the skill because you still had to have the ores to do the smelting. You still had to have the fish to do the cooking. The cooking is no different. The smelting is no different. Using the portable versus using the actual places is no different. So I think I think keeping the spins, but limiting what the spins could give you would have been better than completely removing the spins. Yo, mate, thanks for the hydrate. Right. So I think instead of completely and utterly removing spins altogether in every item that they basically had, I think removing the aspects that prevented you or allowed you to skip content, right? So basically anything that gave free XP, right? If the item could be used to not do the progressional order of a skill, it should be removed. But if you still had to do the skill in progression, then I think it's fine. Like I said, portables didn't remove the need for progression, right? They just made it simpler. The stars for bonus XP sped the process up, but you still had to do the skill. So I think those were acceptable. The Slayer helmets, I don't really care that they got rid of. The lucky weapons, don't really care that they got rid of. I think that's fine because getting like a free lucky weapon or armor or something when you're a low level so you don't have to buy it or farm it yourself, I could see that being a pay to win. But majority of the stuff in there wasn't really a big deal. Springs, magic note paper, stars, obviously removing the lamps. Get rid of the currency, right? Get rid of the gold, things like that. But I feel like untradeable springs, untradeable magic note paper, I think those are fine. And I think stars and stuff would have been fine. And like I said, still give people their daily logins for doing their challenges, right? Maybe don't give them guaranteed spin for logging in, but give them their daily challenges, like the 3 challenges they'd give us every day. And if you do your challenges, you get a spin per challenge. And then there you go. It rewards you for logging in and playing the game every day. And like I said, if you're mad that you can't play every day to get your challenges done, what they could have done is they could have said, here's your weekly allotment of challenges, do them at your leisure, right? So every week you get a list of 15 challenges, and that is your challenge list for the week. Whenever you get them done, you get your 15 spins for the week, and that's that. If you can't log on one time throughout the entire week to get your spins, then you have no right to complain about pay to win because you're not even playing the game, right? And I understand some people, they can't play for a month at a time. They can't play every day or whatever. Yeah, monthly would be great too, right? Maybe you do, hey, this is your monthly challenge list. You have a month to get through 30 challenges, right? They give 30 challenges a month, and they're relatively easy, right? And you can filter it down like we currently do, right? Where if something is maxed, you can turn it off so you don't get a challenge for that. So do it the same way so you can focus on the challenges you want to focus on and simplify your grind so you can, you know, just, oh, you just want to do cooking. Okay, just cook a whole bunch at one time and you got 30 challenges done in like an hour, right? Something like that would be easy, right? Everybody gets the same amount of spins every week. You can't buy spins, but you can get your daily spins or your challenge spins, right? Like, this is the way I would have changed it. I would have still kept spins in the game. I would have changed it to a monthly system where you get 30 challenges every month to complete at your own leisure. And you get your 30 spins, and then the spins only give you, you know, mediocre stuff, right? Just gives you springs, you know, magic note paper, bonus XP, that kind of stuff. So nothing game breaking, nothing insane. Oh, and it still gives portables, right? The portables would be rare, and I think portables are 100% acceptable. So I mean, that's how I would have changed it, and I think it would have went over a little bit better. But people were so like, because the argument that was being passed around was Jagex lost a lot of people, like subscriptions, and the people that did fill out the reason they left, which take that with a grain of salt because not everybody does. 60% of the people that filled out the survey of the reason they lost said they left because there was the pay to win, swipe your credit card kind of system, right? Where you can get spins and blah, blah, blah. So they took that, said, okay, well, 60% of the people are leaving. This is what they said. 60% of the people that left for this reason. But they didn't take into consideration that it was 60% of the people that left that actually filled out the survey said this. So what was the actual percentage? Let's say 100,000 people left and only 50,000 of them filled out the survey, and you're saying 60% of those 50,000 said they left for this reason. Now, you could argue that it's a sample size that can be scaled to the total number and it still represent the 60%, but it's not true. It could be more, it could be less, right? It's just a guesstimation. But they said 60% left because of this. And then of that 60%, supposedly like 50% of them said they would come back if they removed it. So their knee-jerk reaction was, let's remove it instead of revamping it. And I think it was just a really poor decision. But at the end of the day, it doesn't faze me one way or the other. I still like playing the game. I'll still play the game. I'll still enjoy it. I just think it was stupid to just flat out remove it altogether because some people were pissed about it. Yeah, when those go away, that's going to really suck. Because it's just so nice. Like I said, it's not even so much that you get the extra procs and the extra XP or whatever it is from the portable. It's the fact that you can stand at the bank and do it without moving. That's all it really is. And yes, it's better for money, right? Because you get the extra procs, you save resources, and so on and so forth. It's great. And I'm not lying. Just like, I agree. Like, there's a lot of people that play the game, and take this with a grain of salt, but a majority of the people that are coming into the game now, I would say a majority of the people that are getting pissed and that are leaving the game are newer players. Because the veteran players that have been playing for 20 years have been living with this for 20 years, and there is a percentage of them that really dislike the swipe your credit card, get spins, blah, 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 blah portion of the game. But they've been playing the game for so long, like, who the fuck cares at this point, right? Like, they've accepted it. But there is a lot of people that they see the fact that you can swipe your credit card to obtain any item in the game other than microtransactions, like other than like cosmetics, and they say the game is dog shit and they won't play it. So no matter how good the game is, they won't replay a game because you can add a credit card to it. And people are very, very picky about this. And I want to say it's the younger generation. They want a game that's free to play with no memberships, with no microtransactions, with no store. They want there to be zero reasons or ability to spend money on the game, but they want the game to basically make no money and run in the black the whole time and be broke as shit, but give them a free to play game, right? If the game isn't free to play, if the game doesn't have a membership, and the game doesn't have a cash shop, then they're happy. But then how does the game make money? Yeah, exactly. It's literally an impossible scenario. So that's the problem, is these people want that, but since they can't have that, they complain and they bitch and they go play something else. And then the community is so loud and outraged by this that they cry, they get a lot of people on board, they make it worse, and then finally the game company caves and they're like, all right, we'll give you something, right? They either lower the price of something or they remove like some of the microtransactions or whatever it is, and that's usually what ends up happening. And it, in my opinion, is ruining gaming, because the gaming industry is already a hard industry to survive in, because you have to skirt that line between making money and making it cheap enough for people to play your game, right? It's really hard to do both. All right, we need, I think it was iron, right? Yeah, so let's go find some iron really quick. And the couple business models you have is, oh, I have a box price of a game, and then I come out with DLCs here and there. Well, people don't like that. They don't like having to pay for DLCs. They don't like having to have an expensive box price. Okay, well, you don't like that method. Cool. Okay. Well, what if we have a cheap box price, like a $10 game, and then you pay like a cheapish monthly membership? Oh, we don't like that either. Okay. What if we give you a free-to-play game with a moderate subscription membership? Oh, we don't like that either. Okay, well, what about a free-to-play game with a low cost membership with microtransactions? Oh, we don't like that either. Well, what the fuck do you want? Because those are the only options that will work, right? Now, don't get me wrong, there are a few anomalies, aka GGG, free-to-play game, no monthly membership, and only has microtransactions. Like cosmetic microtransactions and like storage system for quality of life. They don't have anything that makes you stronger in the game. Now, they're the one anomaly that I can think of off the top of my head, but no other game that I can think of can survive without a box price, without a monthly membership, without a shop. Right? They have to combo at least two of these, right? If you have a box price, you have to decide, is it a big box price with DLCs and no monthly membership or cash shop? Is it a low box price with like a low membership, or a low box price with a cash shop? Is it a no box price free to play game with a moderate subscription and no cash shop? Or is it a low monthly membership with a cash shop? Or is it just a hefty cash shop pay to win game? Like, they have to make that decision, and people hate it. And then they cry, and then they complain, and they bitch, and they make it worse for everybody else. It's just, I can't take it anymore. It's driving me insane. Like, absolutely insane. So like I said, I don't fault RuneScape for doing what they did. They did it out of the best interest of the game, right? I'm not going to fault them for that. I think they did what they needed to do. You know, kudos to them for pulling that trigger and doing what needed to be done, right? To survive, right? I like the game. They didn't change the game. They just got rid of something that didn't fully needed to get rid of. Let me go to the bathroom. I'll be back. We'll keep talking. All right. Sorry about that. Whew. But yeah, I don't know, man. Like, at the end of the day, RuneScape, I think it's a great game. I think it's phenomenal. I think they did a great job. I have no real qualms with what they did. I just think it was a knee-jerk reaction that was an oversimplification of what they saw in a very easy. I think they just took the easy solution of just gutting it completely and getting rid of it, versus taking a minute, taking a beat, understanding exactly like what they could remove, what exactly they were asking. Because what I disliked about that whole situation of removing it was they put up a vote for it, right? Said, hey, go to our thing and vote for, you know, this new thing if you want it or not. But the vote was literally completely one-sided. It literally just said, do you want to remove this? Yes. There was no no. There was no fighting against it. There was no other option than the word yes. So, and only 50,000 people needed to say yes for it to work. So here's my thought is, if the only thing that had to be said was yes, and 50,000 people had to say yes, how many people would have said no? Right? Like, if we were to have opened it up to the ability for people to actually vote against it, I'm curious on how many people would have said no. And if, let's say, 1 million people said no and 50,000 people said yes, do you think it still would have passed? Yeah, like I said, it was purely a numbers thing. The board sat down and said, hey, these are the numbers. We lost this amount of people. Of this amount of people, these amount of people said that this is why they left for, and this is how many people said they would come back if we changed it. And that would bring us back to this, which would give us a profit of this for just doing this, right? But the thing they didn't take into consideration is, did they do a survey saying, if we remove this, how many players will quit, right? So let's say, hypothetically speaking, let's say 20,000 players would come back to play the game if they remove the microtransaction kind of thing, right? But you might lose 20,000 or more players because you removed it. Right? There is that opportunity there that could happen. Not saying that would happen, not saying that will happen. I'm just saying it could, in theory, because they did not do a survey for the other side, right? And then on the flip side of that is the amount of players you're potentially going to bring back. Because here's the thing: those players said they would come back if they fixed it, but after they fixed it, how long will it take those players to actually come back? Because, you know, sometimes when something gets changed, after you've left, you don't know it got changed. Because you're not in that, you know, that mindset. You're not in that realm anymore. You're kind of in your own world going forward. So you don't know what truly is, like, still going on, right? Does that make sense? You're kind of in your own world at that point, so to say. So if you don't know it's been changed, you don't know to go back, right? So let's say hypothetically that isn't the case. Let's say these people do know it gets changed. They do come back, right? And they do bring 20,000 players to the game. And no one, in theory, no one leaves because they got rid of the portables and all the other stuff, right? Let's say all of that stays standard. All of that stays good across the board. Are the 20,000 players that came back paying their membership going to net you more money than if they were, than the people that were buying the microtransactions, right? So that's the next tier. It's like, okay, how much money are we making in these transactions a month? We're making approximately this much on average per month from these microtransactions. If we remove those, do the 20,000 players make up for that? Yes or no? I don't know if they actually deep dived into the repercussions of removing the microtransactions. I'm not saying the microtransactions made them a lot of money, but you have to theorize that if the microtransactions make you X amount of money, how much money are those microtransactions worth in subscriptions? Like, how many subscriptions in theory were those microtransactions per month worth? Are they worth 10,000 subscriptions, 5,000 subscriptions, 20,000 subscriptions, right? Put them in correlation to how many subscriptions they would be worth. And then take into consideration, okay, well, there's a lot of people that like the microtransactions. So how many of those players might quit if we remove them? So now you have to take into consideration we lost money on microtransactions and we're going to lose subscriptions in general. Does that outweigh the amount of people that said they would come back? And then you have to take the quote unquote said they would come back with a grain of salt on top of that, because just because they said they're going to do something doesn't mean they actually will. So like I said, I think it was a knee-jerk reaction. I think it was just an oversimplification of the issue, and it was the easy solution, the easy way out that wasn't fully thought out from end to end. It just, I don't know. I'm not a huge fan of it, but like I said, at the end of the day, it doesn't really change the way I think about the game. It doesn't really change the way I play the game or the enjoyment I get out of it. I just think it does hurt the game overall for a lot of the other players, right? Because there's a lot of people that play video games that don't have a lot of free time, that rely upon swiping their credit card to obtain like extra benefits and buffs or whatever, you know what I mean, to kind of stay relevant or to have fun in the game, right? They find that fun. They find it enjoyable, right? They work hard for their money. They, and they want to spend their money how they want to spend it. And now you've just completely removed that aspect. So now they might not play your game. It's that simple. It's honestly that fucking simple. Like I said, I don't fault them. They did what they had to do. I still like the game. I don't care. Like I said, I just don't personally, without being part of the decision making, I don't know what all was discussed. I don't know what the decision, like the reasonings for it. I don't know, the analytics behind it all. And what I mean by analytics is I don't know like the exact numbers, right? I don't know how many people said this, how many people said that, what the average of this is. I don't know any of that stuff. So it's just like me speaking in like generic what ifs. But like I said, as long as it doesn't impact my enjoyment in the game, I don't really have a care in the world on how they change their game. Like, I think the combat change will be nice once I get into it. I think that's a pretty cool change. I think adding of new skills would be a really cool change. I do wish, one thing that I've always wished, and I don't know if they ever will, is not so much increasing the EXP cap, but I don't like it when games have a leaderboard system that has a cap. Right? Because this means that the first person to hit that number is always going to be the first person, right? Unless the EXP cap changes, they're always going to be number one. Right? And I don't personally hate that idea, but let's say the game's been out for 10 years. You've never played it. You finally get into the game. Now it's impossible for you to get onto the leaderboard. Because no matter how much you do a skill, no matter how far you push your EXP, you can never catch the person that hit max cap. It's impossible. Right? Now, if there was the potential to prestige your EXP, right? Just like you can prestige your monster kills, that would be cool. Because then the leaderboards can continue to rise year after year after year, truly showing who plays the game, who grinds the most, right? I think that would be a much better system, because if you played 10 years ago and you haven't played for 10 years, you're still number one in woodcutting. You're still number one in like a bunch of combat stats and stuff. Like, that's cool. You're on the leaderboard, but at the end of the day, like, you haven't played in God knows how long. And these people that have been playing for the last 10 years can never take your spot, even though they grinded way more than you did. It feels very unsatisfying for people coming to the game, because a lot of people want to put that grind in to take those top spots. I don't like that they're locked, right? I wish there was a way to pass the current lock. Like I said, I think prestiging would be cool. If you hit 200 mil XP in a skill, you should be able to prestige the EXP, reset it to 0, but you're at prestige 1. So then the leaderboard would be, oh, I'm prestige 1 with X amount of EXP. I think that would be cool. Yeah. So when you, like you said, if you bring a new skill, the overall total XP leaderboard can change, and the leaderboard for the new skill can change. But all the leaderboards for all the other 28 skills are locked. Like, yeah, you might be able to get in the top 10,000, the top 50,000, the top 100,000, whatever in certain skills, but you can never get in the top 10. It's impossible. But so I think like adding a prestige system to EXP would be sick. And that's what I'm saying too. Just I think that would be cool because there are people in the world that absolutely love grinding for leaderboards. And if the leaderboard was an infinite grind, it would burn people out, yes, but it would truly give the achievement to the people that have that willpower, that have that enjoyment for grinding rank 1, right? A certain skill. And I think it would add a little bit of extra enjoyment to a lot of people. I think a lot of people would like it. Not a lot of people would dislike it as well because now they got kicked off the leaderboard, but that's just because they're not putting the effort in that other people are, right? Bro, like just take like Hypixel for example. There are people to this day that are trying to kick people off the leaderboards of grinding X amount of like potatoes and stuff, right? Trying to hold the world record of who holds the most, like gathered the most potatoes, right? Stupid stuff like that. So it's just like that keeps people playing the game because they want to hold their rank, or they're trying to take someone's rank. Yeah, it's crazy competition. And if you don't want to compete in it, you don't have to compete in it. But I mean, it just allows for newcomers, for new players to actually have a chance, right? Because I know a lot of people from my years of streaming and talking to people on games, is there's so many people I've come across that refuse to play a game unless it's brand new, because they want to come in on the ground floor, have the same, same field as everybody else that comes in, and they don't want to miss anything, and they want to be part of the ground up kind of work, and they want to actually be able to compete for rank firsts, stuff like that. So knowing that there's people out there that want to push leaderboards and want to take leaderboards from people and stuff and be number 1, having an infinite leaderboard is kind of interesting. Because if you discover a game a couple years after it's launched, you might instantly say, no, I'm not playing it because I can't get on the leaderboard. But if you know that the leaderboard is obtainable, if you put enough effort in, yes, you're 2 years behind some of these players, but you can catch up. You can actually compete. You can take it from them if you put the grind in. It might actually open the door for some of these players to actually come play your game. Not saying it will, but I'm saying it can. Right. There's that fine line there of like between will it actually happen and can it? Yeah, and like I do like games that do fresh start servers because those are kind of, I wouldn't say unique, but they're kind of interesting because it does allow for you to join in on a brand new, like an old game in a brand new setting. But there are a lot. Oh, see, this is the kind of house that I'm thinking about making. Similar to this. Mine's gonna be a little different, but similar to this. Look at all these goats, bro. Look at all these goats. Look at this, bro. That's cool. Anyway, there is the downside to that though. It's kind of like when they re-released WoW Classic, like Vanilla WoW. It's kind of the same thought process. is yes, it's a fresh start. Everybody's starting over. Everybody's at the same square one, but the game has been out for so long. Yes, you're starting at the same point as everybody else, but experientially speaking, some of these players still won't play it because they didn't get in on the game at the beginning when everybody was learning the same stuff. Does that make sense? They still refuse to play the game because of that. They want to be a part of the meta setting stuff. They want to be part of learning all the weapons at the same time everybody else is learning. They want to be part of that kind of niche stuff, and it's not possible once the game has been out for more than like a month or two. So those people will never join a game that has been out, right? No matter if there's a fresh start server or if there's an infinite grind to something that you can still eventually pass people and stuff. Yeah, and that's even with this game too, right? This game, it's brand new as of February, quote unquote, the 1.0 release, but the game was in alpha for a year before that. So there's a lot of people that have been playing this game for over a year, like a year and a half or something, that are veterans. Even though the game's brand new, they already have a year's worth of knowledge under their belt. So you're already behind. So, I don't know. I mean, like I said, at the end of the day, I think what RuneScape did is a good thing, but I also think it's a double-edged sword, and they might not have fully thought it through. I don't know. Personally, don't care one way or the other. Honestly, just whatever. They said you kind of were in the same boat as me. It's like, yeah, it doesn't really affect me, so who the fuck cares? You know what I mean? Like, kind of how I truly feel about it. Um, but at the same time, like I just haven't been interested in playing RuneScape ever since that release in January, right? Where they said that they were, was it January? I don't remember. It's like maybe November or December when they made the announcement that they were going to get rid of it. Ever since I made that announcement, I just haven't had the willpower to want to go and play the game. Like I said, like I'm not saying I don't like the game. I'm not saying I'm not going to keep playing it. I didn't get rid of my subscription or anything, but like that speaks volumes for somebody that has been playing the game. Like I think I have a 12-year subscription right now, and I have my count is over 20 years old, right? Like the fact that I haven't opened the game, RS3 specifically, I haven't opened RS3 in like 6 months is a problem. And this is why, like, from my standpoint, it was a bad decision. It just doesn't make sense. And it's like I said, I even said it myself, it doesn't impact the way I play, but it does kind of put a sour taste in my mouth that they went that route. That they got rid of something that I think was very useful, that was very nice, that didn't break the game. But at the end of the day, it like truly doesn't matter. There's so many other games that have piqued my interest. Like, for example, the main reason I stopped playing RuneScape back in November was because New World came out, right? New World came out with this new DLC, and I was like, bro, this thing's sick. So I got into the New World, right? And then I played it through like a little bit of November, most of December, and then in January they announced that they were killing the game, and that kind of put a bitter taste in my mouth. But I was like, you know what? I need to finish my Ironman playthrough so I can feel satisfied with myself. So I stayed playing the game, and at the end of January they finally said, okay, next year, January 31st, we're going to shut the servers down, XYZ, blah, 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 blah. I was like, all right, cool. And then shortly around that same time period, that's when Ashes died. And I was like, I was on the fence. I was tempted to make the jump to Ashes. You know, once I finished New World, I was like, all right, we'll finish up New World Ironman and we'll jump into Ashes, right? If it's still up and it's still working, it's still making progression, and I think it's worth playing, I'll play it then. And then Ashes died. I'm like, well, that's fucking sucks. And then a week or so later, I saw an announcement for this entering 1.0. And the second I saw this game, I dropped New World. Not even an exaggeration. I saw this game on the Steam page, and the very next day, I started playing it. And I dropped New World like a bad habit. And I haven't gone back. So with all of that going on between the middle to end of January to now, that is why I'm here. Right? That's why I haven't played RuneScape. So it's not per se like a problem with RuneScape so much as it is some of these other games have taken my priority. Have you seen this game, Chiz? Like, other than just watching me play it a little bit? Like, I don't know what you're, like, what kind of parts of games you're, like, truly interested in, what you like and whatnot else, but, like, I'm just gonna throw it out there. It's on sale right now till the 5th, and it's $1. But let me just say that again. It's $1. $1 box price. Seriously. And it's an insane, massive MMO. Sandbox styled MMO. It's absolutely insane how big the map is. Like, they have 9 islands set around one continent that is just absolutely massive. Like, I'm currently over here, right? For me, if you wanted to run from here to here, it's hours. Now they have fast travel to avoid that option, that problem. But that's how big the map is, right? It's huge. And there's stuff to do everywhere. They have like 30 something professions. They don't have much in a way of like dungeons or raids or anything like that. They have a few dungeons, but they're just kind of dog shit. Necessary to grind, but the system is dog shit and the dungeons are dog shit. But they have a ridiculous amount of PvP stuff to do. I don't like PvP, so I'll never touch it. But they have a ridiculous amount of professions to do, and they have a ridiculous amount of PvP to do. Yeah, so what I was gonna suggest is, if you like MMOs and you're interested in, like, if it looks cool at glance, just buy it for $1 and leave it in your Steam library until you get around to wanting to try it. Right? Like I said, it's 90% off right now. So instead of paying $10 later, you buy it for $1 now, and whenever you get around to wanting to try it, you know, it's there. That was like my reasoning for bringing it up. Not to try and get you to play it right now or anything, but just in general, like, has the potential to at least be available to you if you're bored one night and you want to give it a shot. I would say if I had to give a cliff notes of this game, I would say it is a mash of almost every MMO I've ever played, but it's heavily influenced by BDO with an accelerated game path compared to BDO, with hints of like Throne and Liberty thrown in. Because like you have one character that can play any combat style. You just swap it at will, right? Just put on a new weapon, you level it up, you farm some books like you do in Throne and Liberty, and that's it, right? You can change builds at your leisure, basically. The enhancement process is a little bit more forgiving than BDO. The life skilling and the combat is similar to like Throne and Liberty, slash BDO with respectively, right? Like BDO's like life skilling, but combat is like more Throne and Liberty style-esque. So we needed 60 something sulfur. Grab a little bit more sulfur really quick. But like, they have open world bosses, they have the dungeons, they have arena battles, they have Zenith Conquest, which is like a 4 teams fighting in like an arena against a boss, and whoever does the most damage to the boss by the end of it. It's like a 25 on 25 on 25 on 25, so it's a total of 100 people split into 4 teams. You get like things for that. They have guild versus guild events. They have 1v1 tournament events every like twice a month and stuff like that. They have capture the flag. They have a Arathi Basin, stuff like that that pops up regularly to go fight against people in that type of PvP. They have open world PvP channels. They have these red circles are territory where you can place down your own houses that you build like in survivals or guild bases as well. And those can be raided by other players in the red zones, but in the blue zones they can't be. But yeah, you see how you can build your own like towns and stuff in your guilds, and then you can have your own craftable stations in there. You can have your own storage boxes and stuff like that. Um, like I said, with all the different professions, you have tons of stuff to do. You have trading caravans that you can do and caravan thieving. You also have sea merchants where you can transport goods and stuff. They have piracy where you can go out there and like steal from them. They also have like sea content where there's turtles that you can harvest from and like lost storage boxes and chests and treasure boxes. And then you farm up treasure pouches, like treasure like room puzzle stones, and you can open up treasure rooms as well around the world to gather even more resources. And so there's just way too much stuff to even talk about. It's just a ridiculous amount of stuff to do. Where is my sulfur? Do I not have sulfur? Didn't I just pick up sulfur? Am I blind? Oh, it's up here. All right, so we got enough sulfur. We have enough of... Oh, we need these. Oh, are those roses? Might be getting the wrong thing this whole time. It is. Okay, so we've been getting the wrong thing. Okay. I was getting a rose earlier out of, like, instinct. And I stopped because I thought it was the wrong one. Yo, let's go, Chiz. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, I've been playing a lot of Path of the Exiles off stream. A lot. Let's see. Oh, you want the +2 -2? With +2 area gems. Yo, okay. I don't really know how to craft all that well. But how do you get a 25, 25, 25? Because I thought it was like you had to use an item that had a chance to increase one, but lowers the... Like increases one, but lowers another. Right? So how, if that's the case, if it increases one, but lowers another, how do you get a 25, 25, 25? That's crazy, though. With a fire res roll as well? And then you crafted life? Yeah, that's fire. That's insane. Oh, so you can get the Elder Shaper influence? Gotcha. So what's the Awakener do? Oh, so you're using the recombinator, right? Are you recombing them together? Gotcha. Can you not do the same thing with the recombinator? With two influences to smash them together, or does the recombinator only do the implicits? So you have to use the you have to use the awakener to get the double influence specifically. Interesting. That's a lot of work, bro. That's that's wild and very expensive. Yeah, so my question is once you have the base with 25 25, right? And hope for good suffixes, and you're making the second helmet, do you awakener that one together as well? Or how do you smash that one into it? Do you recom the second helmet, or the third helmet, I should say, as well? Sorry, I kind of cut you off on the explanation, so that was my bad. Yeah, what's the last part where you said you were making and then a ton of suffixes can't be changed till you hit 20 conk effect and another influence mod. And then once you have the 20 conk effect and you elevate that to 25, uh, or is like that, like how does that one work? Because you need to be able to elevate it, which means it needs to have another thing on it, right, or something like that. Then you smash that one into it somehow. Oh, then yeah. So okay, so you get the double 25 suffix. So do those the helmet one and helmet two? Do they have prefixes, or do you want to make sure they don't have a prefix? You just wanted to have just a suffix. Just kind of curious. And then you smash them together and hope that you hit another suffix at that point. That's good. Oh, and add no. Okay, we wait. All right, so 32. We need 48, 50 or something. Okay. I think we're almost done with our token grind. We're gonna have to do some more grinding because I'm gonna need more things. Add gone. All right, sweet. So helmet one and helmet two. Do they need to have prefixes or do they need to not have prefixes, or does it not matter? Because you said both of those things were suffixed, and you're elevating them to 25, smashing them together so you get both 25s, hoping for a third good prefix. If you don't hit a third good prefix, I mean, do you start over? And not prefix, but suffix, a third good suffix. If you don't hit a good suffix, do you start over, or can you make it work? And then my second question is, do they need to have prefixes, or do they need to not have prefixes, or does it not matter? Like I said, there's a lot of questions here. Prefixes doesn't matter as long as they aren't influence mods. Okay. Awakener takes one influence mod from the donor item and puts it onto the new item with one item with one prefix. Okay. Gotcha. Yeah. So you like on a prefix, you want like HP or something, right? Something that's not an influence mod, right? Maybe percent armor, something like that. Something that's not an influence mod, but it's like a regular base mod. So that way it doesn't coin flip on the influence mod. Okay, I got you. So you do this on a blue helmet, I'm assuming? Gotcha. So that's just the start though, because that just makes the first starting part of the helmet, right? Because then you still need to do a similar aspect with the other socketed gender supported by, right? So I'm assuming you do a similar process where you basically smack the crap out of it until you get your conk effect without another influence on it, right? And then you um elevate that to 25, I'm assuming. And then do you do the same process where you awaken orb the the one with the new conk effect elevated into the one that already has the two on it? Jesus, that last part, like that's a lot going on. That's a lot going on. Block, slam, blah. Yeah, that's a lot. That's a lot of steps. I get that. Okay. Yeah, it's a crazy like like the whole system to do that kind of craft is just ridiculous. It's expensive to make, but bro, once you make it, you can like write your own ticket. Having a helmet like that just prints you money. Oh, that's just bro, that's too much RNG. That's hurting my fucking brain cells thinking about it. I think that's why I've leaned more towards playing cast on stun RF Chiz. In the last like year, I've segued off of just playing Fire Trap RF to playing cast on stun RF. It's been a lot more enjoyable. Yeah, I mean at this point, yeah, it's just about doing stupid stuff and testing stupid stuff out of this league. Just did it for fun. Yeah, that makes sense. Like I said, I think that this league was like so easy to grind currency. It's the first league I've actually grinded a ton of currency. I actually bought myself my first ever mage blood this league. I also got RNG Lucky Chiz, and I dropped me one of these. I dropped one of these this league. Yeah, I was sitting there just AFKing in Sims while watching anime and working. And you know, I got a bunch of these, but they're all like or seven passives or whatever. I was like, oh, it's dog shit. Oh, it's dog shit. I got a bunch of like megalomanias and stuff. And I was just chilling, you know, just having a good time. And I identified it, and I was like, does that say a one? I got confused because I thought it was a seven, and I was like, does that say one? And I got really close to my computer to like read it, and I'm like, that's a one. What the fuck? How much is that worth? And yeah, I was a little shocked by its sticker price. So yeah, that happened this league. And now I'm currently equipping it. Yeah. You want to see my build right now? It's nothing crazy. Like it's not like really high damage that like other people are reaching like 35 mil RF damage right now with the way that this league is shaping up. And mine's at like 1.2, right? Um but like I said, I've been playing a lot of the cast on stun variation, which I actually fell in love with when someone showed it to me. Right? So this 1.3 mil, I guess, is what I'm at. But basically, I have a decent nebulous. It could be better, obviously, because it only has the one implicit of 47% damage. And it has a 10% mod. So I mean, like I said, it could be better. Um, I'm using the brand new Balborn shield, which is ridiculously expensive. So I get 5% more damage over time per 100 life, and right now I'm at like 10,000. Yeah, they're ridiculous. It's because they're busted, absolutely busted. You can use them for so many builds right now. It's fucking sick. So there's a helmet that goes with this that it says percentage. It's like spell damage counts towards attack damage at 250% of its value. So this shield makes attack skills ridiculously insanely strong. Because if you stack HP even to 10,000, but most people are getting to 25,000, you get 5% spell damage per 100 HP.
Then you can get crit damage or crit from the basic shield instead of the damage over time per 100 HP on top of this. So you go crit attack with that helmet, and this shield skyrockets your damage into the billions. This shield is busted, but the Foulborn version, um, there's you can either do a double Foulborn or just single Foulborn, it doesn't really matter. But this one alone, the damage over time is insane because the way the multiplying of the damage scales work is this damage over time is its own bucket versus elemental damage is a separate bucket and like fire damage is a separate bucket. So since everything is its own bucket, this being a very big bucket of like multipliers, right? Times by this multiplier of 450% ele damage multiplied by another 500% damage over time gives nuts ass numbers, right? So then scaling the HP just makes it even crazier. I got a generic ass helmet that I bought a long time ago, Essence Crafted. Um, this would be a really crazy helmet to if you got a 25-25 Essence Crafted helmet, that would be a nuts ass helmet. But anyway, I got this a long time ago. It's just generic standard. It's nothing crazy. I got a Corrupted Combs Heart, which isn't the insane one. I got a 1200 instead of like a 1300. And then generic ass gloves. So the main thing here, I spent like 20 divs on this because I wanted the ignite spread to 1.7 meters. Because like I said, since I'm doing cast on stun AFK, it's all about getting those pops and those ignites to be 100% chance to ignite to spread over 2 meters because I have a rune graph for it. So this was really helpful to get my ignites to spread significantly. And then my boots are just generic. You know, I don't really care about movement speed personally on this count because it's mostly AFKing and Sims. Yeah, the Prolif is nuts. Then the Defiance of Destiny for survivability. The Moonstone Ring for the cast on stun, so I guarantee to get stunned over and over again. Hateful Accuser for the Penance Mark specifically. I mean, I would drop this if I could get Penance Mark somewhere else, like on a yellow ring or something. Or if I didn't need, because the only thing Penance Mark is used for is if you ever fight like a boss without ads, or if you're, let's say if I'm in a sim and I kill all the mobs and Croesus is still alive, I need to spawn ads to kill him. That's the only thing that this ring is used for. If I didn't need the Penance Mark, I could drop this for a huge HP ring, or if there was a yellow ring I could get with Penance Mark and get like better stats on it, I would do that. Um, but then we got the Mage Blood, we got the Cinder Swallow, which is just whatever. And then we just got the those, but we got the maxed Blood Notch. We got an 80, or it's 91. Adorns the 100% is like a mirror right now. I need to replace this, and this because I had these in before I got the Adorns. So I already bought a bunch of extra jewels, so I can put those in so we can juice our damage a little bit more, I think. But I put the large voice in that I found, and then I got my rational descent, so I have guaranteed conk effect and stuff. But like if you look, like I have 3.6 net life regen, like huge survivability aspects, 10k life, but I'm using petrified blood, so technically I only have like 5400, 5200 or something like that. But we're not worried about block or anything. We're not worried about armor. Like none of that really matters. But since I did take off, I put the new shield on. I need to get a corrupted jewel that has max fire res, so I can put myself to 89%. But yeah, like other than that, like it's an expensive build, but it's not that expensive. I think overall it's like 500 div right now, maybe less. I mean, I bought it for way less than that. I bought it for like 250. But with the increasements and the prices going up and up, the longer the league's been out and more people are quitting, my shield when I bought it was like 100 div, and now it's 260 div. But my shield alone is like tripled in price. But I am farming so much. Like for me, it's a lot of divs per hour, just harvest farming. I'm harvest farming yellow essence and just I'm making like 10 to 15 div, probably like 20 to 30 div an hour, which is good for me. Just AFKing and harvest. And that's what I was saying is like this league has been really good to me, currency wise. The first league I've ever been able to actually farm currency. The build is coming together great, but I'm just trying to find a way to juice that build a little bit further, right? Because like if we compare my build that I just showed you to some of these other people that are running like a very similar setup, right? Like look at this. Like I said, mine's roughly 1.3 mil, right? Look at these people. 35 million. Look at them all. 35 million. That's a ridiculous difference. Yeah. But like look, they have 26,000 HP with almost 4,000 energy shield, right? Like defensively speaking, they're fine. They don't really stack endurance charge or anything, but they have the same shield, but they have the double one, so increased effect of non-damaging elements you inflict, which I don't think that truly matters because the only thing they're using is malevolence. They don't have shock, right? So um but they have like a slightly better one of these, right? But they're using double big dick rings for HP. 360 HP. They're doubling it, right? That has damage over time multi. Like this ring's nuts, right? The amulet is nuts. 440 total life. Absolutely crazy. Right? But we basically have both of these. We have a relatively close helmet. They have a triple 25 helmet with the Essence Craft. So this helmet is actually god tier. With 144 life. Like this item is worth a mirror. Easy. This thing is fucking nuts. Um, and then like the boots, just generic. It's got an abyssal socket because you don't need like this is a running this certain setup is very free. You don't have an active skill, so you get extra gem slots here, which is pretty useful. But there's huge life, double res, huge life, double res, life regen. It's just basic. They have the rational descent. They got, the adorns, a bunch of gem slots. They have this, which is what I have. And they also are running this. So they're only running malevolence, and that's it. They don't run anything else other than malevolence, and it gives it to them for free, basically. And it allows them to apply additional curse for free. Right. That's the idea here. You get double curse. So you run Bane to apply your double curse, and you get, and you just run malevolence. It's really simple, and you can run it on what's it called? Eternal Blessing. So you juice the aura effectiveness of it, and you empower it, make it super juicy, and it costs you nothing. It's free. So you have 100% of your mana left, you have 100% of your life left, but you're blood magic, so no mana, but you're literally fucking free. And all they do is literally branch around and pick up every single jewel slot that they can. Got triple here, triple here. They have one gem slot here because they run out of points to spend, and then they pick up all 6 life masteries, and that's it. It's literally all they do, and they can literally hit these numbers. The only reason my build can't hit these numbers is because I'm running cast on stun for survivability versus just having a ridiculous HP pool, right? Because I have petrified blood with heals on stuns, so it takes up a lot of points for down here and stuff, and I have half the amount of HP, so I have to invest into cast on stun stuff for survivability for the petrified blood. But I do have twice the amount of effective hit pool they have. And it's mostly just because I am straight up AFKing and face tanking everything. Now, if I wanted to drop the stun portion of it and segue into a huge life pool, I probably could. Because then I would free up my Defiance of Destiny and my ring. So I'd be able to put in 3 big dig HP items here. But I'm torn if that's. I mean, I think it's a lot more damage, right? If I was to get 36 million RF damage, I think it would be way more. Because the thing that makes the cast on stun so broken is its survivability. Every time you get hit, you heal for like 30-40% of your life, basically. because you have the instantly, like when you take a stun, you instantly heal for 5% of your life over 1 second, and then damage taken, like 60% of the damage you take is like recouped as life over 4 seconds. And then you have the Defiance of Destiny that's healing you for 25% of whatever your missing total life was before you take the hit. And then you have just the life regen on top of that, and petrified blood, reducing the amount of overall like upfront damage and doing it over time. Like it's the survivability of the build is just insane in comparison, right? But it scuffs your HP, or it scuffs your damage in correlation to being able to be that tanky. Yeah, there's a ton of safety nets, and I still occasionally die. That's the crazy part. Is obviously it's susceptible to degen. So when I'm running my 16.5 maps, there's certain mods that leave like degen on the ground, and those have killed me on and off a couple of times. That's the main thing I keep dying to. But there's a couple times in Harvest that I get hit so hard in one swing from all the mobs that it actually kills me. It's pretty rare, but it does happen. Kind of crazy. But yeah, like I said, it's so many just safety nets to survivability. And like I said, it's mainly just because I like to AFK, right? So if I want to go into some sort of content and walk away from my computer, I can. So I go into a sim, right? And I just stand right in the middle of the room and I go and get a drink. I go to the bathroom. I do some work stuff, right? Like I don't have to pay attention to my screen. I don't have to dodge anything. I don't have to get out of the way of any like mechanics or anything. I just literally face tank everything. Um, Now in theory, we could technically drop the cast on stun portion because I'm not casting any skills. Because with that shield, it sacrifices life every time you cast a spell. So I took off the cast on stun for like unearthed and detonate dead because it was killing me. It's actually killing me because of how often I trigger it. Um, so I ended up having to take it off, which is fine. It's whatever. Um, which is why now we're just trying to juice the RF damage itself. But I'm wondering, since I'm not actually casting any skills with cast on stun, do I still need to be a stun variant? Because like I said, the only thing that the stun part does for me is it gives me the anoint that I'm running that says every time you're stunned, you heal for 5% of your life over 1 second, which is a really huge survivability mechanic. But it also heals me for whatever, like a percentage of the damage I take from a stunning hit over time. So in theory, it's okay, but it isn't necessary, right? Would me removing the blood notch, abominable force for 2 more jewels, and getting rid of the stun ring for a big dick ring just overall be more tanky and more damage? Be, you know what I mean? Like, do you think that would just be better? Because I'm leaning towards possibly. Also, since we're on the subject of PoE, I got a question for you. Maybe you can theory craft with me a little bit if you don't mind, and unless you're busy or you don't want to. But I do have an idea. I saw a buddy of mine playing a build that kind of piqued my interest to try something, and I can't quite hash out the details myself. So if you're interested in hearing me out and talking about it, I'm down. So I was so it's a two-part thing. I First thing is I would like to run a auto casting general, like an auto casting like an auto exertion, right? I want a war cry, right? But I want to auto war cry. So that's a step in itself. But the thing that makes it hard is I'm trying to, sorry, I saw something weird. Um what is this? Oh, interesting. It's a dungeon. Oh, interesting. So I want to auto exert, but I want to corrupted cry. And you can't auto exert corrupted cry because it has um a multiplier of 1,000%. So it makes it impossible to auto exert it. Yo, what up, Pip? So I did find a way to auto cast one of the war cries, which is kind of a workaround. So what I found was aspect of the cat gear, right? Like the feral set or whatever. I found this. So the boots trigger level 20 intimidating cry when you lose cat stealth. The problem is it roughly takes 10 seconds to rotate through both buffs to trigger the intimidating shout. Now, that's fine. Intimidating shout has an 8-second cooldown. This has a 10-second rotation. Kind of works. But who wants to rely upon a shout that goes off every 10 seconds to do damage? So you want to get this down, right? So first thing is getting the rotation of this down. So I found that what you can do, there's none on this, but the aviation flight and might, they have reduced duration of the things. This one only has an increased cat stealth duration, which is kind of bad, right? And this one's increased the cat agility. So both of these have the increased duration, which kind of cucks us. So to put it in perspective, I want to wear this chest piece because when you gain maximum number of frenzy and endurance charges when you gain cat agility, which is good. So basically you have permanent endurance charge, permanent frenzy charges, which is really strong because it gives you more damage. But it adds 2 more seconds to the duration. So now instead of 10 seconds, you're at 12 seconds. Yeah. So that's what I'm saying, Pip. So what ends up happening is you have the aspect of the cat skill on a piece of gear, gloves or helmet or whatever it is you make it on, right? Like Pip was saying, you craft it, and then you put the sport gems in it to reduce the skill effect duration. But then you can take it a step further and use the moonstone time clasps or whatever to reduce the skill effect duration even further down to like 40%, even lower. And then you can technically wear the amulet as well to give you another 20%. So technically between those 3 pieces, which takes a lot of pieces, can give you a huge reduction in this rotation of the skill. You can get it down to like under a second, basically. I kind of tinkered with it a little bit. I didn't use deadly ailments. I didn't think about that one, Pip. But I did use less duration in the helmet just for testing purposes, and I got 2 19 rings and a 20 amulet, and I got it down to like 1.5 seconds, 1.75 seconds cast time of the auto, like for the 2 buffs rotating. And then I had to put on the new Foulborn version. I don't remember what it's called. There's an axe, like the Yule something. Yeah, weird. It wasn't working. I want to say it's this. It's gonna load, maybe. Because it gives the Foulborn version gives 500% increased Warcry recovery rate. So your 8-second Warcry now becomes like 1.5 seconds. So 1.5 seconds on the Warcry cooldown plus like roughly 1.5 seconds on the cat stealth rotation gives you 1 cast every 1.5 seconds, which is getting there. Ideally, you want to get like close to 2 casts per second. Can you? Yeah, with like corruption or something. That could be cool. Yeah. So anyway, so if you can get it down to 0.5 seconds, it would be ideal for both. You need the cat rotation to be down to 0.5 seconds, and you need this cooldown to be down to 0.5 seconds. If you can get it down to 0.5, like 2 casts per second, I think the build can work. But long story short, is you use the boots to give you Intimidating Cry, and then you attach Corrupted Cry support and 3 damage supports to it. And then it automates that crying process, which is really nice, and you can apply these debuffs regularly, right? Because you can only stack up to 10 debuffs, which is fine. You can get that in like 3 casts. You'll be at max stacks. But when you're mapping and running, you want to constantly cast, so you're tagging all the mobs instead of like missing a bunch of mobs and taking forever to fight yellows and stuff like that. And then you just stack damage over time and fizz damage, and you can just melt things. It's kind of like a bleed, but it's, you know, corrupted blood instead. And that's the build I'm trying to work on, because if you get the cry mastery, every time you war cry, you get 15% of your life back. So in theory, if you're casting Warcry twice a second, that's roughly 30% of your life per second that you're generating from just Warcrying while running. Let alone any other regen or leech or anything that you have or whatever, you know, you build into the build with other mechanics and abilities. Right? That's kind of cool. So decent survivability, decent automation of damage, so on and so forth. I think that could be pretty cool. So that was like one build I had in mind. I haven't really worked out the details or anything. I was thinking about doing it as like a champion with intimidating, like whatever the top right path is. I can't remember what it is. I was gonna add fortification to it. So the idea was I was gonna go here. So maybe run like double banner or triple banner or something. I don't even know. Can you run multiple banners? I don't know. With this. But the thing is, like, the shout isn't hitting. So I don't know if this is even gonna work. But I do know that the banners could be useful, and then fortification could be helpful. So I don't know, like, since it doesn't hit, I don't think this is worth it. But like, maybe we could take a bloodline to go with it for the 4th, possibly. And then since, like I said, since we'll have max endurance charge and stuff, we could technically pick up both of these. That's like, I don't know. You'd pick up both of this. You'd probably pick up this one, and then maybe branch this way to get this. And try and pick up more fizz damage and like other aspects on this side of the tree as well. So try and pick up as much fizz and dot damage as you can on both sides of this to pick up both endurance charge, and then you pick up both of those for like 80% more damage. Yeah. So the problem, Pip, is I can't use, unless you can't automate General's Cry with Corrupted Cry, right? That's the problem. I don't want to actually actively have to cast it. I want to be able to like walk up into a room and it just auto casting the cry while I stand there, right? I kind of want it to be kind of like my RF cast on stun, where I'm just standing there and it's doing its own thing. Once again, hybriding builds together, and it's going to scuff both of them, obviously. And it doesn't have knockback or anything built into it. It's just going to stand there and cry while I face tank the damage, right? So generating like 15% of my life every time I war cry is a pretty hefty amount of like healing. I just would need to combo it with some sort of damage reductions, aka like petrified blood to reduce the amount of incoming damage, so I don't get like just like whittled down too fast, so I can have time to heal up the damage that I'm taking. You know, maybe fizz damage taken as like an element and stack like max fire res or something, right? Like something like that. Like I think I'd have to like combo some things in there for some defensive layers so I can actually face tank. But I don't know. Like that's the kind of build that I was like leaning towards like giving a shot to. But then it also got me thinking about a build that I've always wanted to do as well, and having a play on that one, which is the Avian's Flight build, where you do like the same thought process, where you lower the amount of skill effect duration to get the tornadoes to like infinitely spawn like at ridiculous rates, and then you what I wanted to add in on top of that was an auto exertion for General's Cry that spawned the generals to attack for me as well. So basically, I'm just speed running through, casting shit tons of tornadoes, and then generals are spawning as well, attacking mobs on top of that. That's kind of like another build I had in mind. You should be able to. I mean, maybe. Okay, I don't know. I think you can grind it from mob drops. I think it has to be higher level mobs though. I'm 90% sure I did a farm at like a 60 zone, like a party 60 zone, but I think I did it like up here somewhere. I think I did it here, and the mobs were dropping lots of gear, and I'm pretty sure, I'm like 80% sure that I grinded those items down in my grinder. You're gonna go now? Thanks for chatting. Have a good stream. All right, take care, Chiz. I appreciate you. Yeah, if you have any thoughts on those two builds, Chiz, and you have free time, just hit me up in the Discord about it. Because like those are the two ideas I have for builds that I want to give a shot to this league before it ends. But yeah, try that out because I'm pretty sure that works. But gear you get from like treasure chests, and I don't know about dungeons, but I do know like the gear that I've obtained via the treasure chests around the world, those ones are ungrindable. Like when you hover over them, they literally says this gear cannot be grinded. Like, see, it cannot be dismantled. So I don't know. I guess it just depends on where you get it from. But it could be 100% possibility that you can't grind items for materials from mobs because they don't want you to get free materials, I'm assuming, from the grinder from mobs that you can just infinitely grind gear from. Because when you go to those party sites, UFO, they drop a ridiculous amount of gear. Like you're at level 51, right? You could probably kill the level 60s. Do they have a level 50 party zone? I don't think so. Let's just say I could grind at a level 50 zone like Sorrowtown or this Wild Camp or whatever for a long time. And even like this angry runes of anger, I could grind there for a while and not run out of inventory space. When I went to the party zone, my inventory was full in less than 5 minutes. And I forgot he's in an ad and I've just been talking to him this whole time. Oh, I hate when I do that. Fountain? Wait, what? Can you elaborate? What do you mean by fountain? I haven't looked into the new update yet. Yep. Yeah, I haven't. What's the fountain? Oh, cave 2. Okay, gotcha. Ah, interesting. Welcome back. Yeah, sorry, I was talking that a whole time, and then I realized, oh, he said he was in an ad. Um, uh, you need. So I think for armor, it's the forge. Could be wrong. Oh yeah, for your light gear, yeah. I think it's loom. You're right. Yeah. I think the forge is your weapons slash heavy armor, possibly. But yeah. So I think when it comes to the world gear UFO, I don't think they want you to be able to get I don't think they want you to be able to grind mobs for like an hour or so and have infinite supply of resources for crafting. I think that might be why they don't allow you to salvage NPC gear, because there's open world treasure chests that you can open as well, and those ones can't be disassembled. So I think that's the thought process behind it of why you can't, but everything you craft can be disassembled. So there is some methods to the madness of speed leveling your professions in that sense. I need to do rattlesnakes still, because take what's it called? Blacksmithing, for example, right? So this is blacksmithing, right? So you can make, basic tools, basic weapons, blah blah blah. And this is what the forge is, what you would use to upgrade your weapons, right? Um, but then when you get to, a higher level, you start to be able to make like the higher grade stuff and so on and so forth. But to level your blacksmithing, the best thing to do is just to make simple knives. Because it requires a few pieces of stone and one piece of processed wood, which is really easy to farm. Um, and the amount of XP is like equivalent to everything else in the same tier of it that all take more resources to craft. So what I've been doing is I've been crafting a max craft set of 24 at a time for one forge. So if you have multiple forges, you can do more. But one forge can do 24 crafts at a time. So you get enough materials to do 24 crafts, you let them craft, you come back later, you get 2 grinders per forge, because one grinder can have 12 items in it. You take the 24 knives from the forge and you go over to your 2 grinders and you fill up both grinders, and then it'll salvage the weapons that, or the butchering tools, right? And it'll give you some stone back and it'll give you some of the processed wood back. So you get maybe 20% of it back. So you don't have to farm as much materials to then go and craft more of the knives. So you rinse and repeat this process, and you can speed level your blacksmithing to a minimum of level 30 is what I would shoot for. So speed level your blacksmithing to level 30 so you can start crafting the advanced tools. This is what you're shooting for. Now, the advanced tools take higher tier materials to craft, which would require you to farm, say, gold or coal and steel and stuff like that. So you have to make higher tier stuff for sure. But the advanced tools are much better. I don't know if you've tinkered with tools all that much, but the short of it is that simple tools can be green or blue value, right? Simple tools take 3 durability every time you perform an action, and their gathering speed and valuable resource gathering is relatively low. But if you have a not a, there's tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3. I don't remember what the tier 2 is called, but the tier 2 is above the simple, and that one takes 2 durability per action, and they're usually blue quality, can be purple, and they have faster gathering speeds and better resources, valuable resources gathering as well. But then once you get to advanced, yes, it's more hefty cost and price, but they take 1 durability per use, typically purple or above, and they have like you can look at the gathering speed, 150 on this, right? So the grade is higher. See how the grade is like 41, the grade is 39, but this grade is 110. The grade is higher, and the grade makes a big impact on the gathering speed, but so does the advanced part of it. And then the valuable resource gathering is 20 versus 8. So you want to be in advanced tools. You get the higher grade resources. Your gathering speed is basically doubled, and it only takes 1 durability per use. So this will go 3 times further than a simple will. So yes, the material upgrade the difference is higher, but they last a lot longer and they gather a lot faster. So speed running your way to level 30 blacksmithing is kind of an ideal point. But With the added caveat, you have to be profession level 50 to use them. So you have to have 50 wood cutting to use the axe, 50 mining to use the pickaxe, 50 harvesting for the sickle, 50 fishing for the fishing pole, and 50 hunting for the hunting knife. You have to be at 50. So first goal, in my opinion, craft a bunch of like profession items that you need as you need them, like axes when you need axes, pickaxe when you need pickaxes. Make the simples, always make simples, and use them as you need them, and then just keep crafting butcher tools, the harvesting hunting tools, to level this to 30 while you're leveling all of these to 50. Once you have 50 of these gathering skills and you're at 30 blacksmithing, you're kind of smooth sailing to do whatever you want from there. I would say that would be goal number one, is to get that locked down. Once you have that locked down, I think you're kind of sitting pretty and smooth going forward, that you shouldn't run into too many other, situations or issues that you're going to struggle with going forward. We gotta sell some stuff. We gotta grab a couple more things. We're almost done with our token run. I need to go and farm more resources though, at some point. Let's sell all this. Well, but what I was saying earlier too is, like, if you're not playing Ironman, then you have a much better advantage because you can just buy stuff to simplify your grinds, right? You can buy stone, so you don't have to farm stone. You can buy wood if you don't want to farm wood. You can buy whatever you want to buy, and just stuff that is time consuming that you don't need. Now, one thing I would recommend if you're going to be a free to play character is, at bare minimum, buy your token materials, right? So let's say you go to your token guy and your token guy is like, hey, I need 16 mithril. Go buy 16 mithril from the auction house and just turn it in, right? Get your tokens the easiest way possible you can and just call it a day. So I need to go get rattlesnakes really quick. I know I still need to do that. We need to go chop trees. We're done with that. I think we're done with everything but rattlesnakes and the trees. Because the farming's done, the fishing is relatively done, that's done. Hunting we're about to do, and I'm pretty sure this is done. Yeah, okay. So we just need to go get rattlesnakes. We'll call it a day. Is there anything else you want to chat about with the game, UFO? Like, I know I've just been rattling off information and stuff to you, like, randomly. Just trying to give you, like, as much of the information that I've gathered up until this point to help you out as best I can. There is an interactive map as well, UFO. So if you're looking for a specific resource, and you can kind of correlate where you are on the map, you can kind of guesstimate, hey, is this resource even in the area that I'm at, right? Because there's times I've been looking for a resource and it's not even in the zone that I'm in. Even though it's everywhere, there's certain dead spots, right? Okay, just making sure you found it. Because that's a very, very, very helpful tool. All right, so we basically need 16 of these, and then we'll have more than enough of that. Oh, and then I'll just chop some trees. We need like 64 green wood and the regular wood. And then our tokens will be done. And then we need to spend some time gathering a bunch of pets. We got a bunch so far, but I need a lot more. And then once we have all the pets, we will go and place them down. And I think I might need to farm. Okay, I think we have enough. Yeah, we have enough of these today. We did a lot of harvesting today. So we have enough seeds to plant today's set of crops. Oh, so what I was going to tell you earlier, UFO, and this will make a little bit more sense now that I have one in front of me. So remember earlier I said you need to run around the map and you need to find like sheep and cow and chickens and stuff like that to be able to capture them, to place them down to do your husbandry. So they're set locations of where the things spawn, but they share a spawn location with certain things. So, treasure chests, these things here, random simple treasure chests around the world. Sorry, I'm grabbing the stuff out of it while I'm doing it. So, the treasure chests, the wild horses, the beehives, and the wild animals, like the sheep, cow, and so on and so forth, they all share spawn locations. So if you run through an area and you're seeing treasure chests, animals will not spawn there until you loot the treasure chest. If you see wild horses, wild animals won't spawn until the horses are gone, right? So depending on what your goal is, remove the resources you don't need, allow for spawn locations for the stuff you do need. Does that make sense? So if you're not farming horses to breed horses to get a better horse, scare the horses away by running next to them, so it opens a spawn location for an animal. If you see a bunch of treasure chests, loot them or open them. You don't have to take any of the loot, but just open them so they despawn, right? And if you don't want chickens, scare the chicken off so you have a chance at a different animal. You know, stuff like that. So that will help you out a lot when it comes to farming your animals. And honestly, I'm going to be real with you. The best way to do it is just run along the road. Just run circles around like roads. And you'll find tons of them like off the sides of roads. Now, not saying that they're not in the middle of nowhere, because like in the desert, you can literally just run through like you can like run from here all the way down to here and you'll find tons of animals not on the road. Right? You can do that at like any housing area, any like you can even do that here in the wooded areas as well. It's just when you're running on the road, it's just much easier to see and you can kind of have a path to follow. It just simplifies the route and you can just see them off the side of the road. It's pretty easy. But once you get a little bit more advanced with it and you use like the interactive map to like plan out a route of where you want to farm like animals and stuff, because there's some places have a higher concentration of spawn locations than others, so there's better places to farm than other places. It's just simplistically getting started. That's the easiest way to do it. So like now that you're level 50, you've gotten your quest line done. There's a few things that I would get done specifically now that you're like at that point. One would be, if you're not going to really worry about PvP, you're not going to really worry about like combating, don't really worry about upgrading your gear. But if you want to, because you plan on doing a little bit of like combat at some point, bare minimum, level up your gear to rank 3. So just get it to a +3 at bare minimum, because +3 is free basically. It can't fail going to a +3. And then once you have that, you don't have to touch your combat or your gear like going forward. Finding a good place that you want your house to be located, that's like step 2 in my opinion. So finding a location, getting your house placed down, and leveling your house up to at least level 4, because to go to level 5 it requires you to buy a house upgrade. It's 1,000 premium currency. It's this thing right here. Individual altar badge used to level up the individual altar to level 5 basically. It's 1,000 premium currency. Really expensive. And if you're not sold on where you want your house, I wouldn't be doing that. Right? A lot of premium currency for just a small little upgrade. But level up to level 4 so you have as much room as possible and as much item usage as possible. If you really want to min-max it and you want to kind of play on your own terms, doing your own thing, you can make your own guild. So you can do your own guild quests on your own to make currency and to have the second house plot to be able to do even more professions, you know, more farming, more husbandry, more storage slots, stuff like that, like storage chests and things. Give yourself some more area, so build both of those next to each other. If not, join a bigger guild so you can take advantage of like grouping with people to do things. And then like I said, focus your professions to 50 like the gathering ones to 50, and just hard focus your leveling your blacksmithing to 30 unless you're going to buy tools off of the auction house. That way you can craft your own profession, you know, your advanced tools, and you can actually use them. Because once you have level 50 across the board and you're using advanced tools, you're going to gather a lot more materials per hour just in the gathering speed alone. And then the tools, like I said, will last a lot longer as well. Nope. So once you get to 50, it jumps by 10 levels at a time. So you're going to notice these ones are like in increments of 5. But once you get past that, it goes from 60 to like 70s. You got like a 60 up here. You got a 75 over here. Oh, I think it jumps even higher. I think it goes 60 to 75 to 100. Yeah, I think it goes 60, 75, 100. I don't think there's any in-betweens. But here's the thing. Even at level 50, like 2 or 53, I was able to kill level 60s. Now, there's a big difference between a party zone and a non-party zone, though. Level 60 mobs, very easy to kill at like level 51, 52. Party ones, relatively hard. If you're in a group of 2, pretty easy. If you're in a group of 1, takes quite a bit. Now, not the basic mob. We're talking about like the 3 stars, right? The 3 stars is really what you're deciding on. Do you have the damage to kill 3 stars? These ones take at least a 2-man party unless you're like at level 60 with decent gear. So the gear progression is you get your level 50 gear, you go to a level 60 zone to grind your level 60 gear, and then you go to a level 75 zone, you grind your level 75 gear, like something like over here. And then once you have your 75 gear and you plus 3'd it or whatever, then you start leveling to level 100, working on getting your 100 gear. Kind of the progression. I thought there was a couple in-betweeners, but yeah, I guess it just goes from 60, 75 to 100. What a lot of people will do when it comes to their gear UFO is instead of going to a location to grind their own gear to then level it to a +3, is they will go to the auction house and just buy a starter set of purples, maybe a couple legendaries. Depends on their idea, like build setup. Because there's a reason to use purples over legendaries at the end of the day, because when you are upgrading your gear, you can use talismans on them and stuff, which comes from your dungeons. So if you look at these, you can get things like these. So if you use this on an uncommon piece of gear, it gives you Steel Breaker set. But if you use it on a rare, it gives you Ironclad. But if you use it on a legendary, it gives you Ravagers. So each one of those sets have different bonuses, like different stat bonuses for different sets, right? So the Ravager might have a 2-set bonus, 3-set bonus, and 4-set bonus, but the rare might only have a 3 and a 4-set bonus, and then the uncommon might only have a 4-set bonus. And then the set bonuses from the sets are going to be different. And then you have, you know, the Sovereign's Legacy set, you have the Divine Ages set, and then you have these ones from this one, right? So you have the Tempest Bound, the Blade Weaver, the Spitfire, the fucking Astral. You know, each dungeon has 3 of them. So you have to farm these ones out to attach to your piece of gear, depending on which set bonus you want. You're going to either do rares or legendaries, sometimes uncommons. And then you have to get the talismans to put into them. And then you got to farm up the specific gems you want to add even more stats to them. So if you want like more physical attack power, or you want more magic attack power, or you want more defense, like the stones matter. So that's where the enhancements really kind of come into play. So usually you grind to 60, get a starter set of gear for really cheap. Because like I said, grinding mobs is hell of money making. So you can easily buy a really cheap set of armor from somebody that farmed that location already and has a bunch of armors that they're just selling on the marketplace for cheap. So you spend like maybe a mil or two just getting a starter piece of sets, and then you upgrade them to +3. and you start grinding EXP to 75, buy another 75 set, maybe invest a little bit more money into that, because the grind from 75 to 100 is a hell of a grind. Actually very long and time consuming, so you're going to want to invest a little bit more money into that. But that's where you get the +3s, you talisman them, you add the stones to them to juice yourself as much as you can, and you start farming level 100 mobs at that point. And you just start grinding, and you start making money and making money and making money and selling any materials and items that you get that you don't need, and holding on to the pets and leveling up pets and stuff like that, so you can actually because you want to get your pets to legendary as fast as possible, right? And one of the easiest ways to do that is combat. You pull out a pet, even if it's not a collecting combat pet, you kill a bunch of mobs with the pet out, and the pet gets a ton of XP. So you have to level the pet up to a certain increment of 9, depending on what tier it is. And then once it's at an increment of 9, then you evolve it using extra pets that you've obtained, and then now you're at the next tier pet, and then you level it to the next increment of 9, and then cram more pets into it, increment of 9, so on and so forth. You get a handful of legendary pets, so you get like a cooking pet, a harvesting pet, a fishing pet. Pretty much all the harvestables have one, so wood cutting, alchemy, cooking, fishing. So you're gonna have these 5: hunting, fishing, harvesting, mining, chopping, and then I think you have cooking, alchemy, and I think there's one other one, but I can't think of it off the top of my head. But yeah, those are at least those 7. I think there's 9 in total, because the 8th one is the collector pet to loot items. But I think there's a 9th pet. Can't remember exactly. All right, so we're almost done with the wood chopping. And we have the snakes done. All right, we are done. Head back to base. If you haven't already, UFO, you can change your mount key. Instead of it being P, which is a really obnoxious mount key, a lot of us change it to R, because R isn't really used for anything. And it's right there next to your ASTW. Pretty good one. The only thing that I would say that might be worth changing as well would be your dodge mechanic key. There's not really a good key to put it to, depending on your hand placement on your keyboard. But I made mine F, and it's kind of a tedious, annoying button to do, because F is also your loot key, and it's also like your interaction key sometimes. So if you're hitting a direction key while you go to loot or while you go to interact, it will dodge roll you instead of looting or interacting. So it's kind of annoying, but the dodge roll is actually really nice. So you notice I use it a lot when I'm doing the capturing. So I'll go into my crouch mode, and then I'll dodge roll, right, to give me some extra distance while I'm still stealth walking. It's kind of nice. So it's a key that I would make sure is like somewhat easily tappable, because you're not going to really use it all that often. I mean, you can kind of use it in combat, but it's kind of hit or miss if it's useful. But it's definitely useful to get closer to animals. Gonna go to bed soon. That's all good, Edge. All good. So I was talking about the build earlier. I don't know if you want to chat about it or if you want to just do it another day. First time Lux. Bro, Lux is a good character if you get a good start. The problem with Lux is she's so squishy and so easy to kill depending on what you're playing against. She can easily get farmed. Like, she has the shield ability where she throws it out and shields. She has the stun. She has the slow bubble pop explodey thing and the ult. And with enough cooldown, you can use your ult like every fucking 10 seconds. It's crazy. But if you can combo the stun, bubble, and ult in a triple combo attack on somebody, you can almost one-shot anybody. Well, one combo anybody. It's crazy how much damage it can do. But she also takes a little bit of getting used to, right? Because purely just because like you gotta land the stun, you gotta throw the ability, use the ult, and pop the other one all simultaneously. But like I said, you gotta be careful depending on who you're playing against. Because if you're playing against like a Kha'Zix or a Rengar or something like an assassin that can just teleport to you, dash to you or whatever, you're probably gonna get farmed. Like 100%. Even a Twitch can be a little nuisance to you too, because they can go stealth, or like a Shaco, because they can go stealth, even Evelyn, right? And you don't know where they are, and they jump on top of you, and they basically the assassins are the bane of your existence. Any assassin's gonna give you a hard time. At the end of the day, that's what it's gonna boil down to: is assassins are going to be hard for Lux to deal with, but everybody else is fair game. You just gotta find the character that suits your playstyle, honestly, Edge. Like Brand's cool, Lux is pretty cool. Like there's a lot of cool characters, but you just gotta find that character that you just enjoy and just get good with that character. I would suggest at least 3 characters at bare minimum, but to start, find one. Find one character that you like. Dude, bro, the game sucks. I fucking hate the game. Okay, let me rephrase that. I don't hate the game, I hate the people. I know that's mean to say, but I fucking despise the community so much. Like I said last night, like listening to you and Crispy play brought back so much like horrible memories. Cause like just his reaction to like you not doing what he thought you should be doing, and you know his, I wouldn't say he was mad, but he was like frustrated. You know, that just conversation triggered me. I think I've heard that argument, that complaint, that just that situation millions of times playing that game, and it just hurts my fucking soul, and it makes me just rage. What? There's nothing wrong with Quinfall. Quinfall's great, amazing. There's nothing wrong with it. No faults, no glitches, no issues. All features, amazing game. Nothing wrong with it at all. Oh, I definitely was, Fip. I definitely was. Like, League, just fuck League, bro. That's just all I can really say. I fucking hate League so much. Like, I don't mind League the game. The game is actually really fun as long as there's not a bunch of complaining and yelling and finger pointing and you know just people bitching and complaining. Bro, why did you do this? Why'd you leave me? Why you didn't do this? You didn't do that. Why it's your fault? You fucked up. You did this. You got me killed. You did. Like no, no. Yes, I might have fucked up, but bro, just chill out. It's a fucking game. Like I'm here to chill. I'm here to have fun. I'm here to blow off some steam. I'm not here to fucking win a prize. I'm not here to be a professional. Like just fucking chill. Chill. I want to play professionally. Go play ranked solo. Go join a team and go play fucking LAN events. Like, chill the fuck out. Like, holy hell. Can't take that shit, man. Had the same problem playing Overwatch. Had the same problem playing Dota 2. Like, just people just take it way too seriously. And then, like, if you're like underskilled compared to them or whatever, it's your fault. It's your fault. Everything's your fault. You need to do this. You need to do that. Why'd you do this? Why didn't you do that? You should have did this. You should have did that. Like, why is everything on me? Why is nothing your fault? Like, not saying that I'm not pointing fingers at Crispy. Like, don't get me wrong. Like, don't. This is completely separate from what I was saying before. Just like, I'm just saying, like in general, this is like the things you run into is like people you play with in general, like randoms or people you know. Like you did this, you did that, you. I'm a pro. You. I'm a god. Don't point fingers back at me. Like, take some fucking responsibility for what you did. Yeah, maybe I could have played it better. Maybe I could have did something different. Maybe I could have helped more. But at the end of the day, We don't know each other. We don't know how each other play. You didn't tell me what your plans were. You didn't make your thoughts known. How am I supposed to be able to read your mind if I don't even know you? Like, that's the problem I really had with League, is playing solo queue into ranked and stuff, is people just expected you to know exactly what they were thinking and going to do without them pinging or making it clear. You had to fucking read their mind. And then the thing is, like, you would be like, oh, I think he's gonna fight this. I think he's gonna stay. I think he's gonna do something else. And he's like, bro, why'd you stay? I was sacrificing myself for you. You're supposed to leave. God, you're fucking throwing. You're giving free kills. And I'm just like, okay, I was trying to be helpful, and I thought you wanted to fight. You know what I mean? I thought you know what I mean? Like, you try and do the right thing, and you do it wrong, and then you do the wrong thing, thinking it's the right thing, and just you can never fucking win with these children. I just can't take it. Can't fucking take it. Oh man. Deleted Riot, not launch Vanguard. Bro, I played Valorant like for a total of a month, and I fucking hated the Vanguard. I had to restart my computer every time I wanted to play the game, and it was just not worth it. I fucking hated it because I always turn it off when I'm not playing the game, but in order to play the game, I have to restart my computer. So now every time I wanted to play Valorant or if I wanted to play League, I had to restart my computer because I don't want it running 24/7. You played Zillion? Nice. Zillion's a cool character. Yeah, my favorite playstyle when I played FIP was I played support Sona. And I would just QWE and auto attack somebody over and over and over. Actually, it was QEW or EQW. I always ended with the W depending on if we were doing damage or if we were chasing, because W gave the speed boost, but when it was power quartered after your third attack, it gave a debuff for a movement speed reduction. So if we were chasing someone down, we would have increased movement speed from my W, but I would auto attack them and I would reduce their movement speed, so we would catch up to them and they could just not outrun us. So we could chase down anybody with Sona. So I was doing my Q to do damage, my E to heal us, and my W to speed us up. So we had a shield, a heal, and a damage going out, plus like a movement speed reduction. So I mean, exhaust still was helpful because it reduced their attack speed. But like, if I just ignited them and chased them down, they died. And then if I got close enough to the combo, I could alt, and that was like another 500 damage on top of my Q. Bro, I just nuked people with Sona. Absolutely nuked people. There was so many like silver games that I played in where I was literally the support, but I ended up carrying the entire game. I would literally 1v5 people in silver with Sona. And it was funny too because my ADC would be pissed because he would die and I'd get a double kill after he died, the bottom lane, right? Because I'd be trying to keep him alive, letting him trying to get the kills. He would die and then I would kill both the ADC and the support after he died, and I'd have a double kill and he'd be pissed, be like, God damn, fucking support sucks, he's stealing all the kills, da da da. And then at the end of the game, I'm like 35 and like 2, just literally 1v5ing the other team. It's like, bro, if you were better at ADCing, you would have you would have got yourself a little bit more safe. You would have positioned better. You would have ran more, let me fight more. You know, you wouldn't have stood your ground and just auto attack standing in place. You would have took a lot less damage basically, and you would have lived and you would have got the kills. You would have been fed and you would have been carrying. But it's not my fault that I'm sitting there, I'm attacking, I'm between you and the mobs, I'm between you and the actual players, trying to take most of the hits for you and trying to be the support by, you know, letting you get the kills. It's not my fault you're dying. And I'm not going to just let these free kills go to waste. Like, don't be pissed at me for getting these free kills. Like, I'd rather us get the free kills them to get away and us get nothing for them. Like, if your mentality is like, man, you should have let me get those kills. Like, bitch, you were dead. By the time you get back and you have the potential to even kill them, they would have already been at full HP, and then we would have been back to square one. Like, shit, bro. Fucking learn how to play the game. Lich Bane Sona? Bro, I played full AP Sona as support. Full AP Sona as support. So I'd use like the Spellblade starter item to generate more currency because I wasn't like, you know, farming mobs. And I would just farm gold with the Spellblade. Hitting like NPC or hitting the players for the extra gold. And I would just keep farming and keep farming and keep farming and keep farming. And I'd poke and I'd poke and I'd poke and I'd poke. And we'd get kills and just I'd stack that into like an AP item, and then I'd get like the movement, like an item that had like more AP, HP, and like movement speed on it. I'd get like a locket. I'd get some support items, but I'd get AP support items. And I would just fucking go in, like my last like 2 items, I would buy like full AP items, like a death cap and something else. Like I think the Lich was the item you were thinking about, yeah. Like reduced healing or whatever it was. I'd get something like that, and I would just fucking chase people down and kill them. It was so fun. But I mean, it only really works in like silver. I mean, you can do it in gold if you're very skilled, but I wasn't like crazy skilled, right? It's just silver players are really bad. But I liked Braum. Braum was really fun. I liked Sejuani. Sejuani was really fun. I liked playing Leona a lot too. Wasn't a huge fan of Alistair all that much, but I played a whole bunch of different supports. They're all really fun in their own way, but some of them just boring as hell. All right. But yeah, Edge, if you ever want to play with me, I mean, I can reinstall it if you wanted to. You know, if you wanted to like maybe learn something, like me explain something or give you some info of what I see you doing possibly wrong or what you can change, without the necessity of me you know, yelling at you or telling you how bad you suck, or you know what I mean? Anything like that. If you want to just a really chill, just go and play some bots or whatever, or some like just not ARAM, but you know, quick matches, and I can like just queue and watch you play and just help you out. Like, I don't mind. That's only if you want to get better at the game so you can play with Crispy a little bit more, I would say, competitively. Because Crispy's is really good at the game. He's just, I think the problem is, since you're so new, he's expecting like higher level play, because that's what he's you know, used to, and you're not there yet. You know, you need time to cook. You need time to learn and get that experience and figure the characters out and get good with your characters before you can be expected to do those like higher level, you know, plays, right? Before you get like comfortable with like knowing how much HP is comfortable to stay and fight versus having to leave and disengage. Because that was one of the things that kind of triggered me last night when I was listening to you guys. It's like, he was mad that you backed with 300 HP, like you backed up to the tower. But at the end of the day, yes, he was focusing on fighting those mobs and he expected you to stay, but he didn't say anything. And he didn't notice that you left. So at the end of the day, like, yeah, you left, or you backed without saying anything. You backed up without saying anything. And he didn't say anything counter that, but he could have noticed that you backed up. Right? Or he could, like, I like, in all honesty, I wouldn't be triggered if he just voiced his opinion, right? rather than just saying, I would tell you when to leave and expecting you to just be balls to the wall, pedal to the metal 24/7 until told otherwise. I don't like that mentality. I like voicing your opinion. You're in a Discord call for a reason, right? Use your voice. You have a voice for a reason. You have a phone call for a reason. Just make your voice heard, right? Just say what you want. Don't expect me to read your mind. That was what triggered me the most. Like, I hate it when people want you to read their minds without them saying anything. Like I said, it gets me killed in Counter-Strike all the time. Because, like, in Counter-Strike, I've been playing for so long, I'm expecting someone to do this. It's like, okay, I would do this if I was them. And I'm expecting them to do what I would do. And then they don't, and it gets me killed. Right? They're not doing what I'm expecting them to do. And, I mean, it gets me killed in League as well. But it's my fault because I'm anticipating them to do X, and they don't know that. Right? Because I didn't make it known. So, I mean, I get mad at myself for it all the time because I instinctually just kind of gravitate towards it. But hearing it, it just pisses me off. So it's like, bro, you can't expect me to know what you want me to do without you telling me. And that's where, like, the synergy comes in from playing with somebody for a long period of time, right? Like, if you and Crispy have been playing together for, you know, months or whatever, then it makes sense to kind of have an idea what each other are going to be doing or what he expects of you and stuff.
Motherfucker, listen. Listen.
Oh, what up, mate? Sorry. It's a massive game. That's why, Edge. Rock Candy Prestige or Pristine Twinkle Taffy? Interesting. Transcendent China. Oh, that reminds me, mate. I have made massive progress on my islands. I finally got the Relic Fury Relic or whatever. And the second I got that, I switched to Island 1. And I started just getting transcended at because those ones are easier, obviously, right? So now I am all the way past Fury Relic, trying to farm the last one. Bro, I want to fit this last one in here. Just go in here, please. Just go. Ugh, whatever. Wait, what doesn't bother you, Edge? Oh, the crispy thing. What is it? I know, like, some people don't. It doesn't really bother them. I just know, like, me personally, I'd rather not have someone bitching at me that I did something wrong. So I'd rather spend a little, like, time solo, like, practicing the fundamentals and getting a little bit better. So when it comes to playing with somebody else, they bitch less. Because when they bitch at me, it kind of, I wouldn't say stresses me out, but I think it makes me play worse because now I have this added pressure of, like, oh, I gotta live up to their expectation. I gotta make sure I'm doing exactly everything they want me to do, and it makes me play worse because then I have too much pressure on me. And then I'm like, I got the pressure on me, plus, like, trying to still learn the fundamentals and understanding what I'm doing right or wrong, and it's just a lot. So I, like, when I used to play with my friends, I used to play a lot solo just to get better at, like, the basics, basically. Yeah, I wouldn't play the game solo either, especially nowadays. I don't remember what I was saying when it came to the last one. I don't remember exactly what I was referencing when I said that. Mate, but here, I'll just open it and show you. Oh, I think I meant to say the one after Relic Fury. Like, I'm on the one after Fury Relic or whatever. Or the last one before it, maybe is what I was saying. I don't remember. Somewhere around there. All right, so we're gonna spend about an hour running around gathering animals, but we only have 21 lassos, so we might have to we're gonna run our way to town specifically, so we can buy some more lassos. We need like another 100 lassos, and then we'll come back out in the desert to gather even more. I could just fast travel to town,
Would you like a cup of
but
water?
I'd rather
You
run
look
and use my
thirsty as
last 20
fuck
lassos
right
on the
now.
way there. Yo, thanks for the hydrate as well. Yeah, honestly, I don't remember what I was saying. If I'm being completely honest. I don't remember who I was playing on. I was playing on my Divine Knight. No, was I? No. Was it this guy? No. Okay, no. Oh, it's this guy. Let's play on my sorceress. Yeah, that's too much reading. I don't know what that said, but it's too much reading. Okay. Um, while we're here, uh, do I have the new? I do not. All right, so we need to reset it, right? Where is that? This one, right? Is all? Oh, okay, gotcha. Okay, I'm confused. Not here. Not 17. You need. Wait, what? What's 17? Do I not reset my ovals to be able to unlock it? Because I'm right here. I have nothing invested into this guy. Okay. So reset my opals to level this guy up. One opal every. I think so. I don't do it. All right. So reset. Well, I only did the reset a long time ago because I had everything invested into like one thing and then I just reset it again. I was like, oh fuck that. I might as well just. But I mean, we could. Is it increments of 5 or increments of 10 that give you the extra bonus fit? Because I could be interested in putting like 5 in each and just letting them ride. So if there's any like for future proofing, I'm not opposed to that. Not a big deal. We'll just deal with it later. When I reset it again after getting 17, I'll probably leave 5 in like each of them. Yeah, it's either 5 or 10. I don't remember. All right, we'll let that go. What are we getting right now? 1.7 mil. It's gonna take a while. But Yeah, mine's bad. Like BAD bad. All right. What was I trying to show you again? Oh yeah, my sailing. This is not sailing. Hold on. So yeah, yeah, so we're currently working on these ones. So we're on these two. So once we finally got Fury Relic, we went back and we have speed ran through all of these. So now we're like one island behind you because you're on this one, right? The Giant's Eye, you said. So I think I'm like one island behind you now. Because once I do this one, um, I got stake to do, and I got this one. I mean, technically, I could do this one before stake, but no more than I. Wait, what? Well, you said you're on this, right? This will be my next one. Once I do this one, which is these two items, my next island is the Giant's Eye. Unless you've done other ones like this as well. Because then I still have these ones to do. I still have that one to even do. This one to do. This one to do. But I'm still trying to get to 400 boats. Like the closest I am is 395. My best boat. Super close. But that's kind of like where I'm at right now. Nothing crazy. I'm not gonna deal with any of this stuff right now. I'm just gonna go stick him here. Yeah. Yeah, we're just farming cards, honestly. Yeah, finally got to a 2-star card here. I'm working on a 4-star card for this. But as you can tell, we got all reds across the board for worlds 1 through 5, basically, except for the Zalas and then the 2 hull mobs. And then we're going to work on world 6. And then we're currently working on world 7 simultaneously with our mobs, our characters that are farming stones. So we got, Deathbringer, AC, and Windwalker. They're all farming world 7 mobs. That's all I'm doing right now. Nothing crazy. But if you're are you currently doing the eyeball, or did you just finish the eyeball? Just woke up from it there. I was wondering. I was talking to you earlier, and you weren't answering. So I was like, oh, maybe you fell asleep. It's fine. Fine. Didn't want to talk to you anyway. It's all good. No, it's all good, man. I was talking about Path of Exiles earlier, and I was just curious if you were still playing it, if you were interested in seeing a build idea I had. If you wanted to give it a shot, or if you're kind of done with that already. Like I said there was nothing particular. Oh, you finished that. Okay, sorry, I read that wrong. I thought you said you were working on eye. So that's why I said I was only one island behind you, because I thought you were still on the eyeball. So, okay, now that makes sense now. Okay. Can't see. Jesus. Almost 3 times. Kind of crazy. Yo, the botter's back. Can we like get a report on this dude? This guy's literally cheating. Who's this guy? Are you cheating too? Yo, why are we just staring at a dead? Are you just literally gonna AFK here, just spamming the E button to mine it every time it comes back? Like, is that what we're doing now? Look at this guy. Ooh, that lag spike though. Lagged out so hard. I'm gonna go find this bot in a second here. Where's this bot go? There's a cheater around here. Where'd he go? He's right here. This guy. This guy is a cheater. I saw him here the other day doing the exact same thing. Nobody walks like this. He has no gear on. He walks back and forth. And I can't report people. You see what? Literally click report and nothing happens. I don't have the Discord. But this guy is in Knights of Terror. I wonder if Knights of Terror is just a bunch of bots. Yeah, Knights of Terror. It's another dude. I guarantee you this guy's cheating as well. He's probably just using a program to continuously just press E on this node to farm this node. Yeah, I'd have to join the Discord. But those two guys need to get reported for sure. Anybody else who's in the Discord wants to take a clip and just send it over to him, I mean, that would be awesome. Like, they don't need to get banned outright. They just need to have a GM come and watch them and investigate their account to see if they are cheating. And if they can confirm that they are cheating, then to ban them. Because, I mean, I'm not saying that they 100% are cheating, but it looks fucking sketchy. Like, ain't nobody walks like that for hours on end, back and forth, just farming ore. Nobody does that. Now, they might run a circular route. They might run from point A to point B, you know, grabbing the same nodes over and over again, but they're not sidestep, backpedaling, fucking weirdly walking around the fucking map between two nodes consistently, hour after hour. And then not even just that, is they're walking to the node when there's nothing to mine and they're staring at it, and then they're walking to the next one before they've mined it. So they're not even waiting for the respawns. If they were a legit player actually sitting at their computer, they wouldn't walk up to a dead node, stand there for a few seconds, then walk to the next dead node, stand there for a few seconds, walk to the next dead node. They wouldn't do that if they were legitly sitting at their computer. Now, the other guy that's standing there staring at a rock, he might be watching anime, right? He might be watching anime, randomly looking over occasionally and clicking a button, or he has an auto clicker, right? Either or, right? He's just standing on a node. His is more likely to be legit than the other guy. Why did I come to town again? Oh yeah, I need to buy lassos. And I gotta pee. Give me just a second. I mean, at the end of the day, honestly, Topher, like that guy cheating or both of those guys cheating has zero impact on like my playability in the game. So I mean, at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter per se to me. They want to cheat, but for the longevity of the game in general, it just hurts the overall game. So that's the only reason why I would want them banned. I mean, you're not wrong. I could get those nodes, but I'm not even at the level to get the nodes. Now, if I was actually in the area farming the ore and they were there cheating on it, then yeah, that impacts me. But I'm not mining that ore. I'm not even a high enough level to mine the ore. So currently it has no impact on me. And also, it's only 3 nodes. They're fucking everywhere. Now, if there's a lot of people doing it everywhere, then yeah, then that's a huge impact on me because then it's like impacting how many nodes I can and farm and stuff, and that's a problem. But currently, it has very little impact on me because I can't mine those 2 nodes anyway, or 3 nodes. And there's so many nodes everywhere that just because those 3 are taken, it has very little impact on me. But the bigger question is why can't I report them? Or is the report system just so generic you click report and all it does is take like a screenshot and send a screenshot? So there's no description, no information, no reason, like no like a picture without a description, just what am I looking at? You know what I mean? Like so like that's a problem. And like you said, yeah, I could take a clip, I could go to the Discord, I could post it in the Discord, be like possible botters, right? And maybe they'll investigate it, but I shouldn't have to go that far. I should be able to do in-game, you know, right click, report, little description, possible botting. Then someone comes and shows up and investigates. Like, literally all it takes. So why are we making things so difficult? It might. I have no idea. I don't know what it does. I just know, like, last week when I noticed them, because I didn't notice them over the weekend while I was, you know, randomly running around doing stuff, picking up stuff for tokens. I didn't notice them. So I don't know if they're there all the time or if they're only there when they're not playing. Like that's just like what they do when they're not playing the game. They AFK doing that using a program or what? I don't know what it really is for them. But it's kind of anytime I see someone that I think is cheating, I always report them. Like even though if it doesn't impact me directly, like it impacts the game, and when the game is impacted, then it impacts me because there's less people playing the game. So it's just like I'd rather the integrity of the game be upheld basically. And yeah, this guy here, guy's cheating as well. Active fountain? Yeah, this guy's definitely cheating. The second it spawned, he mined it. That's so funny, Topher. It's so true, though. All right, well, reported again. Yeah, my problem is like I don't have a problem joining their Discord. It's just I'm in so many other Discords that I never really like leave. That like it's just so annoying that to like I just see random like messages like notification like numbers next to all my different things, and it's just annoying to have to like clear them out, like right click clear, right click clear. I'm constantly clearing them out because I just don't want to deal with them. And I hate having to like join a Discord just to be able to do actions for a game. Like I understand it's a new game, it's small dev company, whatever. But I feel like that's something that your game should just have. In-game capability of like reporting people, like that's like a staple for a game. You shouldn't be required to go to a third-party thing to input actions for a game. Right? I shouldn't have to go to a Discord to report a player or to report a bug. To be able to just literally submit ticket, submit bug report, the right click fucking report player. Like it should just be simple stuff like that. That shit should be just like I should be able to hit escape and pull up the game menu. Simple stuff. Yo, Thor. All right, you tell me, are these two players cheating? If you think so, since you're in the Discord, could you take a clip of it and put it in their Discord and ask them to ban these two? I'll run over and show you. This is the third day I've seen these players in this spot. So here's the first guy. Guy right here. He just stands here, staring at a rock. Second it spawns, he starts mining it. So he's probably got an auto clicker that he just literally stands here and just auto clicks the rock all night long. So there's this guy. Thoughts? Do you think he's cheating? I highly doubt he's sitting there at his computer smashing E repetitively, non-stop. Yeah, it's pretty much instant. Like I was standing here and the rock spawned and he instantly started mining it. Like I highly doubt he is watching TV while AFKing right now and spamming E key the whole time. I highly doubt that. Now this guy is more likely to be legit than the next guy I'm going to show you. The next guy I'm going to show you is 1000% cheating. But I was going to sit here for a few minutes to see if the rock spawn so you can kind of see. But I'm 100% convinced both of these guys are cheating. They're both in the same guild. And they both come to the same place. Within like 10 feet of each other. The other guy's right there. Come on, Rock. Can you spawn, please? Come on. See, the reason why I feel like this guy's cheating with an auto clicker is because he can just walk up to the rock, turn his auto clicker on, or his auto button smasher or whatever he's got going on, where it's just a macro that just keeps hitting the key for him. And that's it. It's all he has to do is and he can walk away from his computer. So it's kind of like he's AFK fishing, but instead he's just AFKing at a rock. I mean, I do this and nothing happens, Thor. That's it. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Monkey. Like, this one could be just like he put a marble on the E key, right? Which can be arguable not cheating because he's just holding the E key down. But at the same time, like, you're gaming the system. It's not an intended way to play the game. To stand AFK at a rock holding E indefinitely. Like, you have... I don't even know if holding E would actually work. I think you actually have to press E after it spawns for it to actually work. I know, I've reported this guy 100 times. But this guy? There ain't no way this guy over here ain't cheating. So I was trying to wait to see if that rock would spawn. This guy 1000% is cheating. First off, ain't no one walks like this when they're mining. Secondly, you clearly see he walks from this rock to this walk, side strafing. Then he looks down at the rock, waits about 5 seconds. Then he walks to the next rock. Maybe it's 10 seconds. I don't know. Then he side strafes to the next rock. Looks down. Waits 10 seconds. And then he side strafes back. This guy 1000% is cheating. Both in the same clan. You cannot tell me that motherfucker isn't cheating. There ain't no goddamn way that guy's legit. Ain't nobody walks like this when they're mining ores. Ain't nobody does that. No. I mean, you're not wrong, Monkey, but what I'm wondering is, because I've never tried it myself, if you hold E, right, if I come over here and if I hold E, will it actually work when it spawns if I'm already holding E when the item spawns? Right? Or do I have to actually click E after it spawns? Because if you have to actually click it after it spawns because it won't recognize that you're already holding E, then he's definitely cheating. Right? Now, if you can actually just hold the key down, then it's possible, like you said, he has sticky key. He just literally super glued his fucking E key down to the bottom, right? Or put like something heavy on the E key. That's fine. You're gaming the system, but it's fine, right? But if you have to actually click it, that's the thing. They're in the same clan. And they're both doing sketchy ass shit. But like I said, if you have to actually click the E key when it, like after it spawns, then he's definitely using a program to continuously click E. Because yeah, you could in theory use the fucking the bird bobber thing, where the bird bobs down and clicks the key, like that old method people used to use back in the day, the fucking ghetto method. He could in theory be doing that. But the odds of him owning an item that does that is pretty slim. They're testing for devs. I'm sitting here just holding E. I want to see what happens. I can't actually mine this, so it's actually a bad test. Here, let's how about we just do it on a plant? I'll do it on a plant. I'm gonna sit here and just hold E on this plant, and we'll see how it works. I'm curious. This is for science. Look, it just spawned, and he's mining it. So I think he has a script that probably clicks every probably like 3 seconds, because you saw it ticked once, and then it didn't start mining until it ticked the second time. So either he's not close enough to interact with it on the first tick, but he's close enough on the second tick, or he has an increment set on it to trigger every so many seconds. But the reason I asked Thor if you would report them is because when I report them in game, nothing happens. So Topher made a comment. He's like, "Well, just take a clip from the stream showing both these two players and post it in the Discord to see if maybe that'll actually get some traction on a report." Because I don't know if the reports in game actually do anything. Because nothing pops up in the game chat, nothing pops up for me to put in a description or anything in. Nothing is, literally doesn't say or do anything. There's no indicator that a report even went out. Oh, sorry. That was gross. Came out of nowhere. Yeah, for science, we're seeing if holding E actually works. Also, Monkey, thanks for chiming in. I appreciate you being here. And that's what Topher was saying, Monkey, is like make a clip, send it to them. That way they can see it and they can take action appropriately at whatever is needed. 'Cause like I said, if they're not cheating, they're not cheating. I don't care one way or the other. This doesn't impact me in any way, shape, or form because I play Ironman. So them gaming the system for ores and selling it for money and stuff literally has zero impact on me, other than the fact that I can't mine these nodes if they're cheating on them. So I don't really care. I just care about the integrity of the game, and you know, these people ruin the integrity of the game, which ruins the game overall, which lessens the amount of players in the game, which then in turn hurts me for playability with other players. The only reason I care about it. To talk to a gym. No, it's all good. That's the only reason why I ask, because I don't really join a lot of Discords, and I don't really want to have to join a Discord to just report somebody. Right? That's just dumb. I shouldn't have to do that. And I figured since you're already in the Discord, it would just be easy for you to do it. If you don't want to, you don't want to. I just figured I'd ask. But like I was saying before, Monkey, I appreciate you being here. Thanks for hanging out. Whether you just showed up and you started chatting, or if you've been lurking for a while, either way, I appreciate you being here. Both in either scenario. Once again, I have to go to a website to report somebody. Counterintuitive. Stupid. It's just dumb. Let me fucking click the report button and send in a report, bro. Like, I mean, if the report system works, okay, I'm not going to complain. I just can't tell if it works or not. All I want is a GM to come and investigate the account. Show up, watch him for 5 minutes, see what the hell he's doing, investigate the account, go into the database a little bit, kind of see, well, how often does he mine these nodes? You know, I mean, look at some statistics for the account and just see how it looks. Does it look cheaterish? Put a flag on him, watch him for a little while, see if he's a cheater, ban him if necessary. Both characters. It's all I care about. I know they don't have a lot of people to do that, a lot of GMs, a lot of resources to go around. So, I mean, it is what it is. But, bro, if you don't take care of this shit, it's going to be rampant and it's just going to continue. And at the end of the day, someone's cheating, ban them, make them buy another account. Like, at the end of the day, just make them buy another account. It's another account in your pocket. Like, don't ban people for no reason, but like, if they're actually cheating, breaking TOS, ban them, make them buy another account. It's that simple. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Let's go. Like, that is honestly, in my opinion, the best thing a company can do for cheating. Is you can't prevent it. Right? It's impossible. It's impossible to prevent cheaters in your game. But you can take advantage of cheaters. Just by having a cheap box price on your game, you 100% benefit from banning cheaters. If you have a free play game, you don't benefit. So that's why I like games that are like $5 to $10, right? Because then the company can go on ban waves and force these cheaters to spend more money to rebuy the game, which in turn gives the game company more revenue. So if these people want to cheat, more power to them. Keep funding money into the company. That's my look at it, right? Like, yeah, it kind of hurts the economy, it kind of hurts the integrity of the game a little bit to have cheaters, but they're gonna be there regardless of the price of the game, right? I don't need a $60 game, right? Because that's just too expensive. But if it's like a $5, $10 game, bro, help the game company out. Ban these motherfuckers. All right, Topher, man, I appreciate you. Take it easy, sleep tight. I'll catch you tomorrow. Thanks for being here. Hopefully you feel better tomorrow and you get some sleep. I'll talk to you later, man. See you. Yeah, the game's on sale for $1. I saw that, Thor. I posted it in the Discord, so if anybody doesn't have it, they should just buy it. Even if you don't plan on playing the game, if you don't think you'll like the game, buy it now for $1 and don't look back. Also, use my creator code before you make your character. Appreciate it. Leave the game running for 5 hours after making your character. All I ask. And if you don't want to use my creator code, use somebody else's. I don't care. It benefits both parties. So just help a brother out. Doesn't matter who it is. I'm waiting on this damn herb to grow back. Only for you? Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, Pip. Well, how about you install it, Pip? Make it, put my creator code in, create a character, and leave the game idle for 5 hours. That would truly help me. That would help me the most. Because you have to use a creator code at the character like creation screen before you make your first character. Also, I'm pretty sure that's fine. It's fine. I'm just saying, like, do it later if you want to. But I'm pretty sure my creator code is only for North America server because Thor's gave me their creator code or their referral code or whatever, and I couldn't put it in on the NA server. Like, it wouldn't work on the NA server. I didn't test it on the Europe server, but I couldn't make it on the NA server. So I think if you do use my creator code, you have to use it on NA. More than 100 gig games? Yeah, sounds about right. It only works on one region. That's what I thought, though. Okay. That's why it didn't work then, because I was trying to put the creator code in on NA server. But I mean, at the end of the day, I could have put the creator code in on the EU server and then just made a character on NA. You know what I mean? Like, oh, can I? Because I don't have a character on EU, I can actually. Okay, yeah, I can do that. I can do that at the end of the stream. I don't mind just making a level 1 character. Fuck it, I don't care. I'll help you out. My question is, do I have to play 5 hours on that character for you to get the 5 hour playtime? Or is the playtime just based off my account? On that character? Okay. I mean, that's fine. 5 hours is pretty easy. Bro, hurry the fuck up. This plant needs to regrow so I can see if the E key works. This science, bro. Sounds good, Pip. Like, honestly, when's this fucking thing gonna grow back? It's taking goddamn forever. Oh, okay, okay. So he's just jamming the E key. Okay. So, gaming the system but not cheating. 100% cheating. So yeah, holding the E key actually works. Well, at least we know now. So, like I said, that guy's. I would leave that guy alone. I wouldn't ban him, even though he is kind of gaming the system. The easy way to fix that one would be to force people to have to click E instead of holding E to interact with the rocks or whatever. That way they can't just sit there and hold the button. They have to actually click the button after it spawns. That's an easy fix coding wise, I think. And then the other guy just needs to be banned. Yeah, I can help you out probably Monday, or I can try and get it done. Just leave the game running for 5 hours after I make the character. Pretty simple. I'll be working anyway, so it won't be that big of a deal. Won't really miss out on much of anything other than a little bit of fishing. Fucking myself so hard there. I do wish that you could toggle in the settings. I mean, maybe it is in the settings, but I wish there was a auto dismount feature that if you hit hit another ability or another key or something, it would auto dismount you. So like if you hit um like the E key, right, to interact with something, or um maybe you hit escape, you know what I mean, or an ability like one key 1 through 6 or whatever, F 1 through 6, you hit like one of those, it auto dismounts you. Like maybe you can toggle that on, so if you want the ability to just like quick dismount without having to hit the mount key again, I think that would be a cool little addition. There's so many times like I'm like trying to like walk up to like an ore node or something to like mine it, and like I'm like, oh, I want to mine this, and then it's like, oh, I gotta dismount first. Like just so once again, another tedious action that could just be resolved with something simple. And I know some people don't want that option, right? They don't want the accidentally dismount kind of thing, so it's fine. That's why I say like put it in the settings as like a toggleable thing, so you can turn it on if you want. It'd be nice to have the ability to just quick dismount without having to use the mount key every time. Yeah, I will say, I don't know if I'm in a good place or not, Thor, but I will say over where my house is, like between my house and the town, there is so many more animals than there was when I was running on the road at the other place. It's actually insane. I mean, maybe not more, but I don't have to run you know what I mean? I can just zigzag around just catching mobs instead of running a path on a route that has a lot of dead spots where there's no mobs for long periods. And don't get me wrong, there's a lot of dead spots in the desert too, because I haven't figured it out yet. But if I figured out a route a little bit better that's more consistent, then it'd be a lot better. But there's like a lot of places with a lot of mobs or a lot of like animals. We're back at our house right now. We're just trying to catch a bunch of animals before we call it a night. Like I got another like 15 minutes before I'm comfortable with like just calling it a night. At least from catching animals wise. And then we'll put the animals down, and then I'll probably farm, I don't know, maybe some trees. Why not? Okay. Need to get my wood chopping to 50 anyway. I need to pull out a smelter though. I need to get rid of all this extra wood I have. And I need to make some more logs or wood plank thingies for making tools while we're at it. I should honestly focus on harvesting or hunting. I need to get that to 50. Well, so I can start doing rhinos. Oh, Thor, I don't know if you found it yet or if you knew about it already, but I finally found a place to do penguins that isn't in the cold zone. Topher was able to find it for me online. Honestly, it wouldn't be that hard to find. I actually looked a little harder, but I wasn't looking all that hard because I was just like, I was overwhelmed with how big the map was and not making any sense. So I just gave up before I fully like searched. Hey, look, it's the cheaters. Oh, sorry. I just saw your message. It is right here. Right here by K80. Right there. Yeah, this is the only place that you can get them that I have found on until you get up here into the locked zone. This is the only spot that you can actually farm them. Because there's nowhere else to be found. At least according to what I have found and what Google says. And we all know Google can be wrong. I mean, Fit posted a message the other day from Google in the Discord and it just made me laugh. I don't know if you all read it, but Fit posted a screenshot of like a Google search, and it says that scientists have discovered that it's healthy and necessary for you to eat rocks. Wait, what? They want you to have they want you to eat rocks daily. Like they want you to like have a helping of pea gravel and geodes with your dinner. Like what? Are you fucking dumb? They're like it's a good source of nutrients and minerals. Like what the fuck, bro? Who the fuck eats rocks? And I'm just gonna say this: if a scientist straight up was serious and told me that I needed to start eating rocks daily, I would revoke that guy's scientific license. Because he's obviously got a rock for a brain. If you honestly believe it's healthy to eat rocks, then you don't have a brain. I don't care. You cannot justify that. You cannot convince me otherwise that eating a rock is healthy for you. Ain't no goddamn way you're ever going to convince me of that. I don't care what proof you show me. You'll never catch me fucking eating rocks. You're just dumb otherwise. Yeah, but some animals, they have like their digestive system and they're uniquely like evolved to eating rocks specifically for their diet to help them digest things and stuff. Humans are not. Just saying, like it makes sense because like the rocks help them digest food and other miscellaneous things inside their body. Humans don't need that. And they're not saying to do it to help them digest. They're not doing it for any other reason than to obtain nutrients and minerals. Why do we need to eat rocks to obtain nutrients and minerals? That's what food's for. I thought it was FIP that posted that. I mean, maybe it wasn't, but I thought FIP did post it. Oh, it was Fireworker. Sorry. Yeah, my bad. Yeah, this. According to geologists at Berkeley, you should eat at least one small rock per day. Are vital source of minerals and vitamins. Bro, are you an idiot? Eating a serving of gravel, geodes, or pebbles with each meal. Or hiding rocks in foods like ice cream and peanut butter. What? Hiding it? Bro, this guy is on. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Thor. That's why I was making the joke about. We all know Google's always right, and that's kind of what brought it up. Yeah, it's Fireworker. Yeah, that was my bad. I thought it was FIP, but it was Fireworker. But that's just so stupid, isn't it? How was like, bro? Who would ever post an article so Google could even find that? Like they had to have posted an article online with that information for Google to even find it. Who the hell in their right mind makes a legit post stating that you should eat rocks? Blacksmith to level 60? Hell yeah. That's huge, man. That's huge. Congrats. Wait, that guy says the 60 zone? Oh, I was gonna say, those guys are level 80. Valid insult. I don't know, man. That just blew my mind when I saw that. Like, it's like almost as bad as the fucking viral video of like the white strawberries where people were actually getting sick, going to the hospital because they were bleaching their strawberries white and then eating them. Because they were so dumb. They didn't realize you couldn't eat bleach. So somebody thought it was a good idea to post a fucking post stating to eat rocks. Like, that person should have their internet rights revoked. Like, if you're gonna post shit like that on the internet, you shouldn't be allowed on the internet. I thought that was a beehive. Oh man. Yeah, reading. Yeah, let's not read. Let's just make a movie out of it or an anime, right? No one got time to read. Okay, at least make an audiobook out of it. I guess sometimes it was like so easy, I just fail them. I know it's a joke though, May. It's like Americans are too busy and too fast paced and too lazy to sit there and read most of the time. Why we need movies and animes. Everything needs to be made into like a video, so we can just put it on another screen while we're doing something else. So we can just be lazy, not have to read. Filthy Americans. We so gross and lazy. I somehow had a 3 that only had 2 failures. And it was going so slow, I was clicking it too fast. Yeah, that shit was going so slow. I'm used to it bouncing way faster. It's going so damn slow. I was hitting it way too fast. I feel like I only failed twice and it failed out though. Usually you get 3 failures. Alrighty then. Alright, we're gonna head back. We're gonna place these animals down and then we're going to chop a bunch of trees. And then we'll have to head back to base or to town to drop off all the wood. Oh shit. I forgot to crouch. I'm torn. Do we do hunting, chopping? Okay, do we do hunting, chopping, or harvesting? I need to get those 3 to 50. I think hunting is better than harvesting because hunting I need to get to 46 to be able to do rhinos. I think hunting is the most important one because of the 2 that are or 3 that are available, this one I already have all the levels for every. Harvesting I already have all the levels for it, but hunting I do not. I need 4 more levels to finish. I think it would probably be best to do hunting. More poaching. I mean, it could be. Kind of. It's a thing. But we'll have a bunch of animals to work with. Not a ton, but we'll have a decent amount. Oh, fucker. We'll have a decent amount of animals to tinker with. That's at least one positive sign. There's the two cheaters again. But I can't even call the one guy a cheater because technically he's just holding down a key. But I still call him a cheater. Fuck it. Game in the system, bro. I mean, I could do the same thing if I'm being honest. I could just put something heavy down on my E key and I can just stand at a tree and just chop trees all night long until my chopping level is it's over level 50. Or I could do it with mining to try and get closer to Mithril. Could game the system if I really wanted to, but that's just cheesy, bro. Like, that's just fucking scummy. I mean, it's different for like auto fishing, right? Because auto fishing is actually built into the game. I mean, I guess the same argument. What's the difference between doing that and auto fishing? I guess you can make that argument. The difference is auto fishing was actually put into the game and designed to be in the game specifically. Holding the E key down while you're not at your computer was not. So, I mean, I guess that's the difference. Yeah, other thing like water collecting, other things like that, like. So I mean, it's not unheard of. I'm just saying, like, it's not a cheat when you're doing it. It's just scummy, right? It's like gaming the system and it's a little scummy. I mean, I'm not really cheating, but like, even if you're not using a program to do it for you, you're using an outside source, a source outside of the game to achieve goals without actually doing them yourself. Like, so I still find that to be against TOS, personally, right? Like, just because you're not using a program to click for you, or a macro, right? Just because you're putting a key or something on top of your key to make sure your key stays pushed down, doesn't mean it's not cheating. Yeah, third-party software. I don't know what I said, but yeah. Yeah, like sitting there and staring at one piece of ore holding E is a very scummy thing. Like I said, all they need to do to remove the ability to do that is to make it to where you have to press E after it is spawned to interact with it rather than just holding the key down. And then you can't just simply hold the key down by gaming the system, aka holding the key down or putting like a marble on your keyboard. You have to actually be tapping the key periodically to actually interact with it, which then puts you in the realm of actually cheating because then you need a program or a macro to do it. Right? So it might be a gray area for them just holding down the key right now, but if they change that one little piece of code so they can't just hold the key down to interact with it, then that, like I said, it'll push them out of the gray area and into the actual, like, against TOS. Because like I said, then they have to actually use something else to accomplish the same goal. Yeah, so the water collecting, do you have to actually click it every single time you collect water? I haven't done it yet. So you click it once, like auto fishing, and it just works, right? Well, that's what I meant. Like, if you let go of F, it won't continuously go, right? That's what I was asking. So you have to actually hold the key down to continuously gather the water, or it stops, right? Yeah, okay. That's what I thought. Okay, yeah. So they would just need to fix those two aspects. Make it to the water collecting will continuously go, just like auto fishing, right? So it just keeps going until you tell it to stop or you move. And then make the other one to where it only interacts when you click on it, not when you hold it. 14 seconds. Let's go, Pip. Keep on the grind, man. All right, let's go plant all these animales. And then we'll go hunting. I think we're gonna do I wanted something easy to farm, something that like ran at me. So maybe we'll go do crocodile? No, I want to do something in the I want to do something in the desert because I want to level this up. Because we are currently 25% to level 4. I'd like to get this to level 4 tomorrow so I can start building my house. Alright. So what do we got? So we'll get rid of these 2 cows first. And then I think everything else is at the bottom. Yeah, because all this has to go to town somewhere. Alright. All right, pets are down. Go to town really quick. We're gonna come back. I just gotta get rid of all this crap on there. Thanks, mate. I appreciate it. Oh, interesting. All right. Yeah. If I come across any PvE players, I'll let them know. Any particular reason why your clan leader quit? Just bored of the game already, or anything particular? Any specific reason? Alright, so these need to go into storage at base. All of that needs to go into storage in base. These can be sold. This needs to go into storage. And then I just need to make some more of these eventually, because I'm going to be chopping. Actually, I'm not going to be making these. Yeah, because I need to be doing that. Okay. So let's go drop these off. I do need to make some more fishing rods for tonight, but oh, Windrose. Yeah, Windrose looks really cool, Thor, but I feel like that's a game that you shouldn't have to quit an MMO to play. 'Cause it's like a survival game, right? There's only so much content you can really do in it. You kill all the bosses, you upgrade your gear, you kind of build your base, and that's that. I feel like it has somewhat of a shelf life, and you should be able to come back to a game like this at any time. At least how I feel about it. All right, where's my smelter? I don't need all three, but smelter, and should I put my grinders back in place? Yeah, I'll do this another thing. I haven't been doing my breeding in a while. All right, so with that in mind, let's put these in here. Let's put these away. Probably grab those. They don't need to be in there. Put that away for now. This, and then this can go into the actual storage. Off. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, so I mean, if you've already completed all the content and you're just kind of just like, going forward, then it makes sense. I can understand that. Oh my god, the smelter's big. That's what he said. Then we'll drop the extra smelter in here. Guess that's fine. Actually, pull out the wood. We're gonna turn that into coal. Put the horses away. Put the bee away. Alright, that's pretty much everything. These I can sell. These we can smelt. Alright. So, let's see here. Okay, so we're gonna let's just make a full stack of butcher knives. 14, sure. Because we're gonna use them all the next couple days anyway, so leveling up our stuff. Yeah, it does. It 100% does, Thor. The only PvE content it really has is the life skill stuff. The dungeons themselves really suck. So that's really boring, right? dungeons are really terrible. There's no raids. There's no real, like, there's world bosses occasionally, and then there's like the sea content. I feel like that's like the extent of what you have. All right, so what should we farm? Something that's easy to farm. I mean, I could do some boars because they come towards us. I'm looking for something that I don't have to chase. Something that I can easily just farm. Like agros, right? That comes towards us, and I want it to be near. Like cats would be a nice thing because cats are specific to the desert, but they run from you, right? But I'm looking for something that's just like easy to farm. That's also like near my house. I mean, we could do like, yeah, bears, hyenas, stuff over here. This isn't too terrible. So maybe we do that. Okay. Actually a cool spot. I didn't realize there was bears right next to the fast travel, so that's pretty nice. Yeah, that's the thing too, is like leveling to 100 is cool and all. You get the 100 gear, but then like the only thing you're left to do after that is PvP. That's kind of just meh. Like at the end of the day, that's just kind of meh. So I'd just rather chill out and just life skill. And I think that's one nice thing about doing it as an Ironman is it slows down the progress so much that it forces me to play the game for a lot longer. So I'm not buying resources from other players to like speed the process. Or expedite, I should say, is the better word. All right. The only downside to being here is like, yeah, they run at me and I don't have to chase them. There's not a lot of them. Like doing snakes is actually a lot easier because there's a lot of them. Or doing like crocodiles. Snakes would be a good one too, but long story short, I just basically need to farm up a bunch of different hides, a bunch of different snake skins and stuff, so I have a stockpile at my token turn-ins. Yeah, they just need something that has an abundance of mobs in a small area, so I don't have to like hunt them down. Because bears are so spread out. Bears suck. Um, like hippos aren't bad either, but they're really easy to farm. But I don't think there's hippos around here. I mean, there might be some here. Yeah, maybe we're gonna do hippos actually. We're here. I think hippos will be inside the circle. So I guess by the time we get to the road, we'll just kill what we can. Yeah, we'll kill what we can on the way to the road, and then we'll go do hippos. Hippos are so easy to farm. And they're close. I need hippo hides, I need croc hides, I need bears, foxes, hyenas. I have a whole ton of them that I need to stockpile. Snakes would be another good one. It's like there's nothing around here. I suppose there's a bunch. Ooh, a lot of bears over here, supposedly. Okay. And then the hippos over there. Okay. And then we're working on getting towards mountain lions as well. Mountain lions is like the next level. That gives us another opening or another token that we can grind. I just need to get 1,000 of all of them so I don't have to worry about doing hunting for a while. Hunting's not a big deal, it's just time consuming. You have to go to the different places over and over again. Ore is really easy to farm up, so I'm not worried with that. And then harvesting is also easy, but it's annoying. You got almost a 7,000 increase. Or not 7,000. Yeah, roughly a 7,000 increase in efficiency. That's crazy. Yeah. Congrats. Pretty good. So, would you guys like me to put milestones on the screen in text as we reach them? So, like, eventually when I hit, like, level 50 of all gathering skills, would you guys want that on the screen? Or if, like, let's say I maxed out my gathering skills at all at 100, do you think I should put that as a milestone on the screen? Or should I just say, nah? Nay! See what you did there. I mean, it's a lot of work, but it's like once I hit a milestone, like let's say I hit like level 100, you know, all gathering, like that's just one little writing. It's like gathering skills complete, right? Gathering skills level 100, right? That way, if anybody comes in, they see, oh, his gathering skills are all maxed. Sweet. And it's just like I never have to touch it again. It's just there. And then once I finish like another section, I can like put that section down and rinse and repeat that process. It would be pretty easy, but it would kind of. I feel like the reason I don't do that kind of stuff is because it tends to make the screen feel a little cluttered. And I typically avoid that. I was just curious on what you guys' thoughts were. If you thought it would be worth it. Like you guys are here often enough that you don't really need that information because you already know what I've done and where I'm at and whatnot in the progression. Let's go to here. Oh, well, I don't really have enough time to actually do this. I was going to run over here and do this, but I only have like 8 minutes left. It's gonna take me 3 minutes to run there. So we're gonna like get 5 minutes worth of combat. Only a couple animals. But where I was just didn't have a lot of mobs. So I kind of do want to check the potency or the frequency of the bears because it says quantity 1, quantity 9, quantity 47, quantity 11. So supposedly there's a lot of bears in this area, at least if these quantities are correct. I'd like to see like how densely close they are together because if they're kind of close, then this is a good bear spot. I'd be okay with coming here to farm bears. So it's more of a trial run, just to kind of see if it's a good spot or not. If it's not, it's not. Bears do suck to farm, so. But yeah, we're getting pretty close to 43. You know, one thing I do wish was a little different, Thor, with the level progression on these, is you get the milestones for like one and then like every 10 levels or whatever. Until you get higher, and it's like 10 levels, 15 levels, 15 levels. Like, I get that. But I wish there was like every level you get X. Like, I wish it gave you a bonus per level as well. Like gathering speed or something like that. So it's not just tied to your tool, but it also gives you base gathering speed per level. So at level 100, you'd have like 100 more gathering speed plus whatever your tool is. I think that would be kind of nice. Or maybe it was like 0.5 speed per level, so at level 100 you'd have 50 extra gathering speed. I think that would be okay. Because then, like I said, then it just adds on to whatever your tool is. Like my gathering speed on my tool is 88.5. So add 50 to that, you know. I feel like that wouldn't be too terrible. Because then you could like really juice out your gathering speed. I'll have to grab a couple things of rocks while we're out too, because I need to make some of those. Alright, so I think we're pretty much where the bears are. Let's go check. $22.5? What's 22.5? Oh, level 500 to level 3000? Oh, got you. Okay. Yeah, super confused. We'll tinker with that another day. Because we haven't unlocked the cave, so. Okay. You said for activating it, though? Specifically? I'm assuming Monument AFK gain is, like, really huge for the new caves. Or can be, I should say. Well, I think the AFK only works for AFK. Like the Monument AFK gains. Obviously, I think you have to be actually AFK for it to work. So activating doesn't really work the same way. But I was just curious if the AFK gains would be worth for the new caves or not. The bears aren't too bad. But I'm assuming there's a lot more in the trees. Oh, it's not? Okay. I have expected them to give us another one. Yeah, because he pretty much gives us, I wouldn't say one every 5, because I think we only have one in the first 5, the third, and then the fourth. Unless I'm wrong on that. Oh wait, because there's only no. Wait, yeah, because there's 20. No, there's only 15 floors. Okay, so yeah, it is every 5. Sorry, I was thinking there was 20 floors for some reason. Yeah, there's only 15. Now there's 17. So yeah. Yeah, gotcha. Yeah. This isn't a bad place to farm bears so far. Just do a circle around the woods, basically. Yeah, it seems to be pretty decent. Call it a night. Sounds good, mate. I'm gonna be calling it a night here too. I just want to do a little lap around here and see how that worked out. Pretty good. We didn't even get close to getting a level, but fine. Work on it more tomorrow. Night Fit. Yeah, I'm gonna call it a day here as well. I appreciate y'all. Hope y'all had a good stream or a good time hanging out in the stream. If y'all have enjoyed the Discord and want to join the Discord, we're gonna call it here. If you ever wanna, if you ever have any questions, ever want to help somebody out, blah blah blah. Please join the Discord if you haven't. If you want to, doesn't really matter. It's up to you. Or have any questions? If you want to share something, show something, or help somebody out, that's the best place to do it. If you want to hit me up off stream, that's the best place to do it. Days that I don't stream or I'm working from home or whatever, hit me up there. Just add me anytime. If you haven't checked out the VODs channel, I'd appreciate that as well. Go over there, give it a little clicky, give you a little support over there. If you missed a stream, want to rewatch a stream or catch one that you might have missed, best place to go and do it. But I appreciate y'all. Hope you had a good time. Hope you had a good rest of your day. Hopefully we'll see you guys tomorrow. We'll be back on the same grind tomorrow. Appreciate y'all. Take it easy. Talk to you later. Bye. Thank you. See ya.